guys?
Dude, there was no music for
There
us. It was
wasn't. It
just
was silence.
silence.
I was texting you, Aaron, right now, going, literally, my text to you was going to say, "Are we allowed to talk?" Because
It was playing music on my end. That's so.
And you
lies.
literally come in and it's like, gotta let that beat drop. And I'm like, what?
Jen, I need you to resend me your address, please, babe.
Got you. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
All right. So this is definitely a the FBI FOIA request document space regarding IRE, the lack of willingness for the FBI to investigate Ray Epps, and we're definitely going to be talking about the voter fraud drop that Trump dropped yesterday or day before.
Aaron, do you mean FOIA information?
Yes,
I'm sorry. I'm in a great mood. Okay, I'll be quiet now.
yes, let's go. But before we do that, and this is not going to be an Epstein space because we had a massive one yesterday. There seems to be three going. However, while I was sitting here eating, Jen and Zach, I caught a clip because I was going to queue up a clip from Mike Davis on Megyn Kelly's show today, and she just completed it live. And I caught something that is quite interesting. I just tweeted it out like just before I opened the space because I clipped it. There's some wild, wild stuff that Megyn Kelly just said on her show about Jeffrey Epstein. So,
So Dust brought it up in diligence space like maybe an hour ago, hour and a half ago. So yeah, definitely talk about it. Cause I showed it to Dust and Dust is like, wait, is this her verified account? And I was like, yeah, apparently it is her verified account. And those words literally came out of her mouth. So
I
I'm
have
not sure what's
no
happening
idea.
here.
I'm out of the loop, guys. I've been in strategy meetings. What happened?
uh, so Megyn Kelly, I shared the clip, but Megyn Kelly said, "We're not done by a long shot from hearing about Jeffrey Epstein. More to come. I can't say what I know, but there's going to be plenty more that we're going to be talking about. And there might even be information directly from himself. More to
Wait, what?
come." Yes, yes, yes. Let me go get my laptop.
That was all of our reactions. We were like, wait, what?
Yeah,
Right? So this doesn't mean like, oh, he's still alive, right? It could mean that they have deposition, or maybe he had a kill man or a dead man switch and that was triggered obviously, and or Megan Kelly got the goods on it and it's unknown video. But she literally says in this that we will hear directly from Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh my
Now,
God,
you can
he's
take
like
that one of
Tupac.
two ways, okay? But like I don't really. It was very shocking to hear.
He's
well,
like Tupac. Is he gonna come back in like what one of those simulation things? Just wondering.
A hologram like on Star Wars Obi-Wan.
Yes, that's it. A hologram.
so I'm grabbing my
Epstein
laptop.
from
I
the
left.
dead.
Or
Oh,
is she
maybe.
gonna get a medium or something to come on her show and talk to him from the grave? Who knows? Who knows?
I
Megan
did not
Kelly.
kill myself.
Ha
It was
ha.
Hillary.
With you guys, we have to laugh sometimes and make fun of this because we deal with some dark, 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 dark stuff day in and day out. So you kind of gotta laugh about some of this stuff. Anywho, what I'm not laughing about is how I was ravenous. I was so hungry after my meeting tonight. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna order something, have it delivered to the house so I'm not late on the space. I was on the phone with Aaron when this happened. I was very much looking forward to this dinner. And it was just literally like chicken strips. They completely got my entire order wrong. I am a quintessential Southern. We don't do hot. Okay. It was doused in what I would argue is quite possibly the hottest hot sauce ever in my life. They didn't even give me ranch to dip this stuff in. I don't know if you can hear, I'm nasally because I'm trying to just get some sort of nourishment. And yeah, I'm almost dead myself.
Yeah, Yeah, I was going to respond too. I hope your mouth does get better, Savvy. I was going to say the same thing, Jen. It was, it's not that he's still alive or whatever, but I mean, it could be, I guess, but it's more or less probably like, I think Dead Man Switch might be one. Um, Maybe there's some stuff that was sent out. I don't know, but it's probably going to be like video or something. You know what I mean? So I'll just since Savvy, since you haven't heard it, there's not going to be an Epstein space because we're going to do Donald Trump and the FBI documents regarding Ray Epps, which I think is going to be very useful for people so we can get back in the swing of actually looking at receipts. But I will queue up so you can hear her own words because I clipped it and I tweeted it out just before I started the space. I was like, I'm sorry, did I hear that correctly?
I
So
heard it, Trash. You're gonna queue it up. I see what you did there.
I am watching the water. Dan Scavino tweeted, I have to check the math. 1 second.
Stop, Aaron. Oh my God.
All right, here we go.
Fascinating, and we're not done with Jeffrey Epstein. I can tell you that for a fact. Can't tell you how I know, but I can tell you for a fact we're going to hear a lot more about Jeffrey Epstein in the coming year, and you may be even hearing from him directly. More on that as I'm allowed to tell you. Fascinating.
That's just crazy, man.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so like while I'm eating, you have to keep in mind, like I just got it running on the background because I wanted to be able to queue up Mike Davis's, because I want to talk a little bit about what's coming Tuesday as well as we get into the Trump stuff. Because on Tuesday, the D.C. Circuit Appellate Court is going to be hearing this Jack Smith immunity challenge that got thrown out of Supreme Court, and that's coming up on Tuesday. And I thought Mike Davis gave great analysis, and it's about 2 or 3 minutes. It's a great clip. I watched it while I was doing the rest of my work this afternoon. I like how Megan does it. She clips first, and then she premieres the entire episode. I like how she does that. It's actually really clever. Most
That's
people,
what you do on Spaces, Aaron.
yeah, and most people they'll do the whole show. Then they have someone doing post production clipping, and they upload clips daily. Right? The way she does it is she has the team actually clips it out first and then the full episode premieres. So it's kind of like a teaser. Really, I think it's brilliant. But anyway, long story boring. I sometimes watch her stuff. A lot of times I can't handle the TDS people that sometimes are on that panel. So I'm just like, ah. But like this Mike Davis clip is excellent. So give me a second to cue that up. But welcome up to the stage, everybody. Dustin, Carolina, Kevin, Jennifer. What's happening, guys?
Wait, is Carolina on the stage?
What's happening?
Is she? Hi, Carolina. I don't see her as having a mic. Does she have a mic?
I just sent her one. Go ahead,
Okay.
Kevin.
Can I tell what I just did before why Aaron's getting everything ready?
Yeah. I just
So,
rudely interrupted Kevin, though, so I feel kind of bad, but go ahead, Savvy.
No, it's okay. I was just saying hello to everybody.
hey, Kev.
What up? What up?
What up? I just had my first Trump strategy meeting, guys. That was awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I cannot wait. Um, I cannot wait. This is gonna be great. That's really all I can tell. But yeah. But I did have a savvy slip up, I will say, because um I got like a I don't know, welcome gift, whatever. And one was a candle with President Trump's signature on it. And I opened it with Trump higher ups there. And my stupid ass, I smell it and I just look to the heavens. I'm like, it smells like President Trump. And the people there that know me look at me and they're like, you're so stupid. I'm like, I know. But it was great. I'm very excited.
What did it smell like?
It smells like musk, sandalwood, just very like mahogany and leather bound books. I mean, it just you get it. I mean, it just smells incredible.
So it doesn't smell like cheeseburgers as we've been told.
No, no. Mm-mm. Nope.
Definitely not a cheeseburger candle.
It's not a cheeseburger. No, it is a very it does actually quite remind me of the way he smells, because I remember doing the thing that you're probably never supposed to do.
Did you pull a Joe Biden with President Trump, Savvy? Did you go up and go
Okay,
take it all
yes.
in?
I did. I'm like, oh my God. I mean, I even looked at him bewildered, and I was like, that's not just Crest White strips, because I was enamored by how white his teeth are. And he goes, excuse me? I'm like, nothing, sir. I'm sorry. And I told him he was beautiful. Shut up. Okay. Yes. Yes. So I pulled that smelling my candle tonight, and whatever. It's fine. It's fine.
Everything's fine. All right. So yeah, Savvy is going to have a big year, Team Trump. So, and speaking of Trump, I think I can move into this. So, kind of while we're still waiting for the room to kind of fill in a little bit, I already played the Megyn Kelly clip, which was just bananas. Like, my God. But then this clip I saw today while I was working, answering some emails. And anytime Mike Davis is going to talk, like, listen, especially when in regards to like what's going on with the cases and what the argument could be constitutionally and such. And I thought this is in discussion in regards to, um, and please excuse me, to the challenge that's going to be on Tuesday that the Supreme Court kicked out that the district court in DC is going to hear. So let me make sure that this is the exact clip. But welcome to the stage, guys. If you guys have anything we want to add, just double check the clip here.
Or everybody just get awkwardly
I know I need
silent, and we
somebody to
can all
help.
I
just
know.
stay
Oh,
here.
what you need? I got filler. What we
I was
got?
waiting for him to start playing a clip. My bad.
Me too.
Yeah, because
So,
I was gonna be.
Everyone retweet the space, please, guys. Thanks.
I feel like sometimes it's good to have those awkward silence, you know, and just kind of have everybody in suspense.
Blue
Shirley,
Ninja,
no.
jump in here while we wait. You have
What
your
so
hand
was
up.
that in the background? It
yeah,
sounded like a
I'm
transformer.
in an airplane.
I heard somebody huffing and puffing.
I did too.
I'm in an airplane. I don't know what they're doing. Listen. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, please, if you have any children, make sure I'm actually coming to see trash.
She's literally in a freaking airplane.
Yo, get that Wi-Fi and put this on speaker.
Now that will definitely make everybody on the plane happy.
No, that will get her a air marshal visit.
I was about to say a
That's what'll
4S on her
happen.
I
ticket.
just assume all of us in this space probably already have three of those that follow us everywhere.
We do. His name's Jim in the van. For those who don't
Yes,
We
know.
should
Jim in the
put this
black
face on the
van.
speakerphone. I should just go grab the speakerphone and be like, "Hey guys, hold on, we gotta play a clip." Last time I was at the bank and I was in a space and the lady was like, "Oh my god, I listened to you guys. This is insane. Like she couldn't believe we're real." I was like, "Yep, we're all real people. I'm right here."
That's great. So I saw this, Trash. I saw this in here yesterday. I saw you started a space on this. What are these new documents? I haven't had any time today.
So these were out of FOIA, and basically, or somehow one of my friends that does a lot of FOIAs, they got a hold of Ray, Ray Epps conversation documents and emails regarding whether or not they're going to, criminally investigate him or charge him. So I wanted to go over those because they kind of slipped under the radar, given our pal Epstein, Um, and also, I'm sure you guys all saw the huge document dump, not really dump, but like data dump that Trump team released regarding all of the different voting irregularities throughout the states. And so we figured we can kind of have like a Trump, I don't know, Ray Epps document dump space that I think would really be important for people to hear, because all everyone wants to talk about is Bill Clinton. It's like, yep, okay, we see it. Good. I'll wait for more new information to come out. We've seen it. We did a great deep dive on it yesterday. I think some more people did some stuff today, so that's great. I'll be waiting to see for more. As Megyn Kelly says, we had plenty coming. Apparently, sounds pretty spicy. So to kick it off, since I got Savvy here now, I think I'll do the Ray Epps document second, because it might get a little late for her. And I want her to kind of weigh in, especially on Georgia, which seemed to be the focal point of the dump, and then all the other states as well, maybe because she'll have firsthand knowledge. But I've got let me go into this. So just kind of keeping it up to date, guys, for Providence. On Tuesday, the D.C. Appellate Court will be hearing the case that Jack Smith tried to take directly to the Supreme Court to determine if President Trump has immunity or not. And that's coming up on Tuesday. And Mike Davis, I caught a segment here today of Mike Davis talking about it. So I think it would be good for people that don't actually, that aren't following as much or don't fully understand kind of what's going on here. It's just a small little clip, and it'll lead us right into the Georgia stuff, if you guys don't mind. And then I'll load up the bottom chat with all the stuff that I have, and we'll go from there. All right, cool. So here, let me play this Mike Davis clip in regards to the case coming in Georgia Supreme Court or Appellate Court on Tuesday.
We didn't do it. It was the D.C. Circuit. We're busy.
Look, the Supreme Court, if the D.C. Circuit does not hold that the President of the United States at a baseline level, any president has immunity from criminal prosecution for what that president does in his official capacity as the President of the United States or in the outer perimeter of his official capacity, which is the Supreme Court precedent for civil immunity. The Supreme Court's going to have to take that case because think about it this way. Members of Congress under the speech or debate clause are immune both civilly and criminally for their official conduct, right? Judges are immune civilly and criminally for their official conduct. Right now, presidents are immune civilly, and the reason the courts have not established that presidents are immune criminally is because no president has ever been charged with a crime until the Democrats brought this unprecedented lawfare against President Trump, where they've indicted him now 4 times, right? So the issue is going to be, does the Supreme Court establish at a baseline minimum that the President of the United States is immune from criminal prosecution for his official acts or the outer perimeter of his official acts, like the other 2 branches of government? They are going to have to decide that case, right? And they can decide that very narrowly that yes, the President of the United States is immune criminally from prosecution for his official conduct. Because if he's not, think about it this way. President Trump gets back into office. President Trump orders his attorney general to arrest and prosecute for murder President Obama for the drone strike of 2 American citizens, including a 16-year-old American citizen, an extrajudicial drone strike. Obama did not go to a court. He did not get any order. He just ordered a drone strike under his commander-in-chief power as the President of the United States. Does the President have the power to kill American citizens abroad under his commander-in-chief power? Do the Democrats really want to go down this path where they argue that the President of the United States is not immune criminally for his official acts? Why would the President not be immune criminally, but he's immune civilly? It doesn't make sense.
Okay. Yeah, the Obama point, actually, when I was listening to this in the car, I was not at work, it was in the car, I remember now, because I was driving and he was talking, I was like, that's exactly right. Obama, the drone strikes, and the American citizen that died in an extrajudicial way of authorizing that kill. And so it was a very valid point. I just thought we wanted to kind of hear that because that's essentially what they're arguing here is that yes, he does have presidential immunity for official acts while president. Why would it be civilly but not criminally? So, and they do get into kind of wonky. There's a guy on here that's supposed to be, I guess, a Democrat lawyer. It's kind of wonky. They kind of go deep into some stuff there, but I just thought it was a good argument. Yeah, Sav, go ahead, and then I'll start dumping stuff down in the chat.
Yeah, I just want to make a note too that it's being argued, and it would be proven in President Trump's case because they've cited several others, even as far as um like this insurrection, right? Because the president is not an officer of the United States. That clearly states in the Constitution. Officers are considered your House officials, your Senate officials, but that does not that the wording is completely different when it comes to the president's oath of office. So this baffles me because if that's the case, I mean, good Lord, if we had If we had enough people with enough balls to bring charges to almost every single person within the Democrat Party and charge them with insurrection. I mean, every last one of them, including Joe Biden.
That's 100% right. You guys can jump in. I'm filling down the chat.
I was going to say, if they're going to charge the president with extrajudicial stuff like the al-Awlaki killing, you have to assume that every president since like the invention of missiles would be charged with war crimes. And if you go down that path, there's no telling where you go. I mean, every president that has ever ordered a missile strike anywhere has killed a civilian at some point. It's war. That's what happens. And if we were to go down there, then what? Every president since FDR is a war criminal? Now, some people may say yes, some people may say no. But if we start executing presidents for that, I mean, who the hell's going to want the job?
See, Kevin, you're 1% right, and you can be like, Blue, no, you're wrong. I think, and I don't know, it's going to get down to the House, and it's going to get down to the Supreme Court, because we are seeing a lot of things come out in court, and it's not even the 10th of January yet. We're seeing a lot of things come out. I mean, last year they had the Seth Rich. So let's just put that on the back burner, and then we'll bring that up later. The whole entire thing with the voting and everything else, we're seeing Skinny Ninja came up and we talked to him earlier, and he's seen irregularities in the voting system that he's going through in his state. Everything has a military contract. When we dug on CYM to save the children, it's a military contract. With the declaration that just came out, they didn't mention anything about a bioweapon or a military contract. They said that things are above the law right now and it needs to be fixed. So,
Okay.
and I'm very sorry, I got sausage fingers and I got time. I know last time when I was dropping sauce and trying to come up as speaker, I just dropped the sauce up there in the Jumbotron and then I dropped out. And then sometimes when I want to be brought
Yeah.
up as
Okay.
listener,
Thanks, Blue. Yeah. Thanks, Blue.
you're
Appreciate
welcome.
it. Yeah. Please don't put anything in the nest without, because like, listen, this is a content driven space and I don't want to go too far off the topic. Everyone came in here to hear about the document. So we're going to kind of move forward here, but I appreciate you chiming in there. Up in the nest, go ahead, Walt, but up in the nest real quick. I put both the Canonical of the Greats thread that had all of this, including the President Trump's documents, and then also from FOIA fan.
I'll be the brave one. Did he cut out for everybody else? Okay.
What?
What? No, he's still here, Jen. He was in the middle of talking to you. You can't hear him, obviously.
All right, I'll drop you down and come back up.
Yeah. Well, before you bring that all up, Trash, I put some stuff down in the bubble button at the bottom for those who haven't read it before. The NCLU's constitutional memorandum on the Trump indictments is worth reading. That's from John Pierce at NCLU. They published that, I think, 6 months ago, something like that. And that was their argument against all of these charges against Trump, that they're completely unconstitutional. It's worth reading. And I sent you something, Trash, but we can just keep going.
Yeah, thanks. So up in the nest, again, this is the FBI documents that I'm talking about. So, okay, so this is from the Ray Epps sentencing memorandum that was filed that day, about a day ago. And inside the sentencing memorandum, he included the FBI materials and that they didn't even want to initially want to prosecute at all. And so if you go to that thread that FOIA fan has got, it's the actual one that says court listener. So you can read through the Ray Epps stuff on the top, but if you go to court listener, that goes to all the exhibits, and this is what we're going to go through tonight once we're done with the Trump and voter irregularity stuff, because it is pretty crazy stuff, and it's from internals from the FBI that they got for his case. So a lot of people missed it. I shared it out, talked about it a little bit. That's why I was like, oh, we got to have a space about it. And then of course I saw the dump by the President Trump team. So get Jen back up here. All right. So if you guys could retweet the space, there's about 365 of us in here, one for every day. And let me see if I can pull this up. So let me go to my account on Twitter. Now, I don't know, Savvy, Jennifer, Dust, what do you guys think? I mean, should we read word for word, or do we want to kind of summarize it because there's a lot of stuff there?
Oh yes, read, please. I can't wait to hear this.
It's wonderful.
Okay. All right. So from the Canico thread, I sent Jen a co-host invite. I'm not sure what's going on. All right. So this is from. I'll read it. I'll read it word for word. And let's see here. All right. So just in, President Trump releases a summary of election fraud in 2020 presidential election swing states. Introduction. It has often been repeated that there is, quote, no evidence of fraud in the 2020 election. In actuality, there's no evidence Joe Biden won. Ongoing investigations in the swing states reveal hundreds of thousands of votes were altered and or not lawfully cast in the presidential election. Joe Biden needed them. On election night, November 3rd, 2020, President Donald Trump was sailing to re-election with landslide leads in numerous battlegrounds. In Georgia, President Trump was up by 12 points and over 335,000 votes, with 56% of the vote in at 10:17 p.m. In Wisconsin, President Trump was leading by 121,380 votes and 5 points at 12:12 a.m., which Fox News anchor Brett Baer noted, quote, was not a small margin. In Pennsylvania, President Trump was leading by 659,145 votes at 12:38 a.m., a full 15 points. In Michigan, Trump was leading by 293,052 votes, and that's 10 points. The election was over. However, precincts in Atlanta, Detroit, Philadelphia, Phoenix, and Milwaukee kept counting until the results reached the desired outcome, which was the opposite of the will of the voters. Georgia went from having a total of 4.7 million votes, already a record for the state, according to Brad Raffensperger's count on November 4th, to certifying almost 5 million. This was 300,000 more votes than what top election officials claimed were cast in the election. Getting to this result in Georgia and other states created an irredeemably compromised election filled with violations of the Constitution, unlawful ballots, widespread broken chain of custody, electronic manipulation, and missing and corrupted election files that made it uncertifiable and impossible to recreate the results. President Trump was right to voice his objections to what he had unfolded before the country's eyes. Republican poll watchers were denied access to the counting in multiple jurisdictions, and ballots were counted in secret in the middle of the night without media or observers present. Countless irregularities emerged, including reports of ineligible voters, voting machine anomalies, water main breaks, improbable percentages of ballots for Biden, and more. Since the investigations across the country have uncovered an avalanche of irregularities, unlawful activity, manipulation of election records, destruction of evidence, and fraud, the findings, which are outcome determinative, are detailed in the summaries of the swing states. So we're about to get into it. We're about to get into Georgia. Does anybody want to add something before I start getting into Georgia?
I
Yeah.
will.
Go ahead.
Okay, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I was one of the ones that this happened in Gwinnett County as well. There was a power outage at 11:55. We were the ones that were sent home and not allowed to come back. In Fulton County, of course, everyone saw what happened in Fulton County. And when this report came out, I did oh my God, yes, because I have lost so many family and friends over this because I have stayed on this. You know, a lot of my footage and my notes from those nights, election night, then the recount and the audit. I'm on President Trump's lawsuit for the state of Georgia. Like this is almost like this is vindication for so many of us that spoke at Senate Oversight Judiciary Committee meetings here, like that have really been through it. And I'm just, when this came out, I'm like, yep, yep, yep. So I'm so excited about this.
Yeah, well, just jump in there, man.
Yeah. Well, does anyone know what happened with the audit report that was supposed to come out on the 18th? So their camp was supposed to have issued an audit, and there was supposed to be a report in Georgia that was supposed to come out on the 18th. It kind of went under the radar. A lot of people missed it. It was on leading report for a day, and then it disappeared, and the actual web page that had it up was gone. I wrote about it, and I had a story on it, but I just don't know what happened with it because I never saw anything. Does anyone have any update there?
No, because they were supposed to put that on the Secretary of State's website. And yeah, that never happened. And then with the audit of the recount, they only audited they audited the exact same ballots that they ran through previously. Um, they actually did an audit of the audit, which is bullshit. But those numbers were supposed to be published by the Secretary of State, and it wasn't.
Yeah, that's. Thank you for that having an answer to that because I did not. So not only color, but information.
Aw, FOIO information.
FOIO information.
Well, there was specifically for those who didn't see that report, by the way, what it was saying in the report was that the Secretary of State actually covered up the audit. So he changed the results and accepted the results and then hid it. It was really interesting, which is why I'm confused why I never saw anything else about it.
Well, we're going to go through what this report says about Georgia. Maybe it might be eye-opening for some. I think it was brilliant because all the stuff was scattered all over the place. Everyone's suspended, banned, shadow banned. All this stuff was everywhere. Legacy media lying. Everything was so loud. Now it's all nice and neat. So we're going to go over it. Georgia. Georgia was called by 11,779 votes. Fulton County, Georgia, the most populous county in the state, has no digital record of all in-person votes cast in its original results. Number one. Number two, not a single ballot purportedly cast during an early in-person voting was witnessed to and signed off by poll managers, as required by Georgia election rules. Seals were broken, memory cards removed from tabulators for the results of these 315,000 votes, which were printed out on different machines than the ones that tabulated them. This prevented the reconciliation of how many votes were cast on each machine. The ballot images of these votes, along with the rest of in-person ballots cast on election day, were destroyed. The vote in Georgia was counted 3 times: the original machine count, a statewide hand count, and a second machine count. Each time the state and Fulton County reported 3 different results. Fulton County did not count the same ballots during the original count and the machine count. There are 19,541 distinct ballots that appear in one machine count, but not the other. Thousands of fraudulent, quote, presidential only ballots were injected into the second machine count, with huge margins favoring Joe Biden. Ballots that are blank except for the presidential contest were counted in batches together, with the pattern appearing in at least 8 counties, including Fulton. This means Georgia did not have the votes to justify its original election results. The second machine count was over 17,000 votes short. Fulton County was instructed to reconcile the results by the Secretary of State and recertified its results without divulging the extent of the vote deficiency to members of Fulton County Board of Registrations and Elections. Like, this is, I think some people are probably hearing this maybe for the first time. I know most of us on stage are not, but if you're hearing this for the first time, the thread is up in the nest. It's down in the chat. The documents that the Trump team released, and I'm just reading through Kanico's thread. And some of the stuff that I didn't know. I mean, I know a lot of this stuff, but I don't know all of it. It's what I've been saying all along. The ballots. Anyway, doesn't matter. So thousands of bogus votes were ultimately added into the election results via the second machine count. This includes 20,977 unsubstantiated votes of unknown origin. The results were missing 17,852 ballot images and included 3,125 duplicate ballot images that were counted twice. Keep in mind, guys, remember the election supposedly was won by Joe Biden in Georgia by 11,900 votes. If you guys are keeping some quick math here, you can probably ask some questions. At least 2,871 ballots were counted 2 or 3 times in the second machine count, totaling 6,118 questionable votes. 88% of Fulton County's precincts reported a different total number of votes between first and second machine count. This is just insane. The only electronic votes that survived from the first count were mail in ballots. And since they were tabulated on the high speed scanner, their ballot images were automatically uploaded to the election server. 90% of these approximately 148,000 ballots cast in Fulton County cannot be authenticated. Ballot images for 132,284 mail in votes have no SHA file, which is created automatically when a ballot is scanned and used to authenticate the digital image of the vote, lacking evidence that they were scanned and tabulated properly or even cast by a real voter. 104,994 ballot files of these mail in ballots from the original count contained identical modified timestamps, suggesting electronic manipulation. Fulton County does not know, quote, how many voters cast votes, and its, quote, lack of basic accounting controls make it impossible to determine who really won in 2020, according to Philip Stark, a University of California, Berkeley professor who invented risk-limiting audits. Stark noted, quote, the electronic records of the election are not intact. 376,863 ballot images are missing from the first machine count, which includes all in-person votes in Fulton County. None of the 315,000 votes cast during the early voting in Fulton County were witnessed to and signed by the poll manager and 2 poll workers as required by state election rules. The closing tapes for these votes are all unsigned. The closing tapes are all unsigned, showed more tabulated votes than the tabulators had recorded as scanning in their protective counters, and recorded in probably low percentages for President Trump. For example, President Trump only received 0.9%, 2.4%, and 3.7% from some of the tabulators, as if he was a third-party candidate or in a third-world country. The anomalies indicate ballots were not scanned on the tabulators that printed the closing tapes, making the closing tapes fraudulent. Man, you guys taking notes?
Yeah, and I will also note it is part of election law, at least in the state of Georgia, that these closing tapes that they are actually printed out, signed off on, and posted to the doors of each and every precinct. And that was not done at all. And that's supposed to equal up exactly with the number of voters from your voter rolls, because those are also checked. And none of that was done. And I have so much more to add. Oh my gosh.
Oh no, we're gonna get there for sure. And that was actually a good point to jump in, because that was good for people to know. Savvy, I'll keep, like, as I'm reading, I'll keep an eye on the screen or somebody. If they want to add context to something I just read, just shoot your hand up and I'll, or actually, you can probably just unmute, but I'll try to keep an eye on the screen while I'm reading. So, 235,000 absentee ballots were requested and accepted too early, prior to the lawful date, 180 days before the 2020 election, which was May
You
6th.
missed the point. You missed the point above that, didn't you? The tabulators used in Fulton County during election voting had their seals broken.
Oh,
Memory
yeah.
cards were reprogrammed. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's important.
Well, okay. So what I just read was, and these votes should have never been counted in the 2020 election. It was 235,000 absentee ballots. Tabulators used in Fulton County during early voting had their seals broken, and memory cards were reprogrammed and inserted into different scanners to count absentee ballots, in violation of election rules. This made it impossible to reconcile the true number of votes tabulated on the machine from the start of the election to the end of counting. Hang on.
Yes, and I even have images of the seals being broken. Um, oh my gosh, I am back to being infuriated. This is just so dumb.
Savvy is the Elmo on fire meme right now.
Yes, I am.
And believe me, I am too. 4,081 false votes for Joe Biden were included in the hand count audit results for Fulton County. The false votes were the result of 36 accounting errors, which were confirmed by Governor Brian Kemp's office and investigators working for Secretary Brad Raffensperger. Yet they never have been removed from the official hand count results. These errors alone would reduce the margin to 7,698 votes.
That is correct. And I would also like to note that in Fulton County, when it comes to the hand count audit, The same guy that pulled the bags of ballots from under the table, he is an election official. He was over the Fulton County audit. Now, at that time, you have to understand when this happened, there was already a lawsuit. He was already named in a lawsuit. And yet he is still over or Fulton County elections. That right there is a massive problem.
Yeah, well, be quick.
Yeah, this is this all of this stuff. This when I was just talking about before the 18th, this must be all the details from it because this is all detailed in Kemp's letter. I have that down in the bubble as well, and this is from Joseph Rossi. So he was a civilian that brought this up in an RLA. He was an actual audit for this report. So this is the results of the audit, which is amazing.
Let's go. So, question asked, question answered. Here we go. I believe I left off the reducing the margin to 7,698 votes. Yes. Okay. The hand count audit included 3,935 unaccounted for votes due to 11 missing batch sheets in Fulton County. Differences from the original count to the hand count audit total at least 15,690 votes, which is more than the entire election margin alone. This includes 4,081 false Biden votes, plus missing votes discovered in Gwinnett, which I'm not going to read all the totals. I'm just going to say Gwinnett, Fayette, Floyd, Douglas, Walton, counties that were likely due to machine counting errors. And if you just do a quick math on those, what was that? 1,600. Okay, so
A
40.
lot.
Yeah, it's 4,300. It's 8,000. Yeah, roughly 8,500, 8,600 votes, plus the 4,081 false Biden votes.
Yes. And those came from a precinct that I was actually at. And that is during this audit is when they had the power outage and they were missing this precinct. And that's when they sent us all home. And then just, oh my gosh, we'll see you guys at 7 a.m. Okay, great. We wake up and bing, bang, boom, Raffensperger has certified Gwinnett. And we're like, whoa, hold on. Did they find the precinct? Who verified this precinct? Who counted this precinct? And they kept us all in the dark.
Crazy. Thousands of pristine unfolded absentee ballots were counted during the hand count audit in Fulton County, according to at least 6 witnesses, which is the subject of the ongoing litigation. These absentee ballots had no folds and went 98% to Joe Biden and had, quote, been added in a fraudulent manner, witnesses said.
This
Fulton,
is true. I am a witness to this as well in Fulton County. I'm sorry, Aaron. I know that, but it's Georgia. And this is so important because President Trump will not win this next election without Georgia. And this needs to be everywhere. We saw precincts that went, yes, 98%. And I'm sitting there and I am not a math whiz, but I'm looking at this and being in an official capacity for Team Trump, I had access to everything. And they have to say out loud, you're supposed to have 2 people there and say out loud, Trump, Biden, and then you have to say other races. Most of these were supposed to be mail-in ballots without a single fold. And they were all perfectly marked for Biden. No other race at all. I still have I was going through my notes the other day and it just baffles me.
yeah, it's absolutely insane.
So
And
when you, oh, sorry, Trash.
that's okay, Jen, go ahead.
No, so Savvy, when you say no other race, you mean that those ballots only had Joe Biden circled on
Correct.
it. No, like, no underlings, no
Correct.
Congress, no city council, no dog catcher, just Joe
Correct.
Biden.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. Just wanted
No.
to point that out.
Yeah,
Yep. No amendment votes.
zero.
No nothing.
Yeah, zero down ballot, basically.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Zero down ballot, which is that is not a thing. I mean, it even in 2020 it wasn't a thing. In 2020 you knew you were going to go down ballot. It didn't matter who was running. And you had 98% of precincts. And you have to understand Fulton County, Gwinnett County are very heavily populated. and people showed up to vote, but
Most
mm-mm,
most real voters will usually go down if they may
correct,
completely down ballot. I always go down ballot, but I also know sheriff races. I know a lot of things, right? I pay attention. This is like my bag.
right.
Your average people, they don't just go one vote like President Bo. They
Mm-hmm.
typically
They
the
vote in block.
Mm-hmm.
right, but also they'll vote at least like 5 or 6 races down, right? So you
Right.
got state reps, senators, you know
Yeah,
that
because you have to understand too, during 2020, that was Warnock Ossoff.
right,
Okay.
right.
So, and those were very notable names. And then you had notable conservatives going against them. And so to vote for, and they campaigned hard. So just to vote for Biden and not John Ossoff or Raphael Warnock, that doesn't, it makes zero sense.
It defies logic, right?
It defies logic. There you go.
Yep. So, and then again, Fulton County certified 59,143 in-person votes on election day, despite the fact that only 14,152 people had voted as of 5 p.m. on November 3rd, 2020. Evidence suggests that the in-person vote total on election day was inflated by approximately 37,000 votes, as records show no rush to the polls during the final 2 hours of voting, and a screenshot of the in-person election day results shared by a government contractor showed only 21,843 people voted at the polls in Fulton County on November 3rd. Yet Fulton
So
County got,
how many people are in Fulton County, Trash? Like how many like registered, do we know how many registered
I mean,
voters are actually in Fulton County, Savvy
Fulton
or
County,
Trash?
can you hear me, Jen?
Yep, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I just want to make sure. It's been glitching like crazy. Uh, Savvy, do you know the total of Fulton County voting? But because I mean, it's where Atlanta, it's where the most populated, it's the most populated county in Georgia, like very similar to like Maricopa here in Arizona, but I mean, we're a little bit different. We are by far the most populous, but
Yes. So Fulton County, let's see, 201, 713. That was of the 2022 runoff. I'm sorry, no, State's Office 2, here it is. 32,460.
is the total number of registered voters?
That's what I'm looking at. Fulton, Gwinnett.
So
Hold
Yeah.
wait
on,
a second.
hold on, Sav.
So wait a second.
I got it. I got it here. It's 846,000.
Okay,
Confirmation notice was sent out from Georgia Secretary of State's office to 32,460 voters in Fulton County. So I don't know.
It says on GeorgiaVotes.com
Yeah.
that Fulton
There's a
County has,
lot.
yeah, Fulton County has
I got it.
1,050,000 residents,
I got
and
it.
at least
I,
846,000 are registered to vote.
I got it. It's in the next. I probably just kept reading. It's right here. So the next one is Fulton County ordered over 1 million absentee ballots days before the 2020 election without any envelopes and the time necessary to mail. There were only 808,680 active voters in Fulton County as of November 1st, 2020, meaning the county had more blank mail in ballots than the number of registered voters and ordered them after the vast majority of mail in ballot requests had already been.
That's exactly what I was getting at.
Okay. Yeah. And again, Runbeck, of course, right? We can talk about Runbeck with Maricopa County too, but. And an estimated 30,000 to 92,670 illicit votes were trafficked in Georgia as a part of a massive ballot trafficking operation discovered by True the Vote, Catherine Albrecht, and Greg Phillips. True the Vote. Excellent. Yeah, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, so did how like it just seems like they either had way more ballots than there were actual people voting.
Correct.
Right? Like they just wholesale started making up votes.
Yeah, so they ordered the over 1 million absentee ballots days before the election. Oh, days before. So when you're talking about mail-in votes, right, and like mail-in vote requests or mail-in ballots, all those are sent out long before a few days leading up to the election. So the point they're making here is that there was an additional 1 million ordered. So it's not just that all the mail-in voters or whatever for active voters were already sent out. It was an additional 1 million days before the election. I remember seeing the invoice. Matter of fact, didn't this come from Amber? Didn't she dig this out of the trash can,
She did.
Savvy?
Yes. She was dumpster diving. Yes. There were several.
Yep.
Yes. We would go to so many different precincts and do that same thing. And then we
Yeah.
saw the moving vans that were going from like storage warehouses to these election offices. I mean, it was a complete, it was a, it was a very well thought out plan. And there weren't enough of us that knew what was happening or that heeded President Trump's warning for years prior.
Well, and during the holidays, I'm gonna come to you, Jen, next. But during the holidays, this just passed. We were going over Millie, myself, Jen, Dustin. I think he dropped off, but we were going over Norm Eisen and Transition Integrity Project's plan. They had war gamed what the election would look like, and they had done this in August out of the Gregorian Institute and Norm Eisen. The Gregorian Institute's a think tank out in LA from Niles Gilman and Rosa Brooks, and they gamed out exactly how the election would go. And then we also revealed the document called The Count, where they told everybody on the ground they know exactly what to do, where to protest, where to make noise. BLM, Antifa, all these horizontally adjacent progressive groups got together on the Sunrise Zoom calls after this document called the Transition Integrity Project was released in August. And essentially, they did 4 different game tabletop exercises or gaming, and they gamed it all out. And this had a lot to do. This is why. So you're saying it was a very well thought out, well planned. Oh, it was insanely planned to the point where they even figured out how to make sure that they could pass these different timelines by telling everybody it's the freest and fairest election of all time, getting through these timelines, protesting, doing all these things, having the legacy media run 24/7 hit pieces on freest and fairest elections of all time. We need to count all the votes. I don't care if it takes 10 weeks. All these things to go through these timetables, and then what to do if they still send alternate slate of electors to Congress, that they needed to physically get inside the Capitol on January 6th and disrupt, so Congress couldn't meet. So alternate slate of electors and a lot of this evidence could not be presented to Congress, and then they would just certify the results. So we actually showed everyone from 2017 until January 2021 exactly what they did between the censorship machine, with the legacy media, Norm Eisen, David Brock, Media Matters, Crew, which is still active today, um, American Bridge, Act Blue, Share Blue. They put all these meetings in place in 2017. S.J. Turp meets with the Obama White House and develops the censorship and psychological operation machine for social media, and they deployed all of this. It was incredibly planned, and it was planned the day that Hillary was supposed to be crowned president. And we went through all this during the holidays. We will revisit it this year, but we have all these source documents thanks to Millie Weber. She had somebody inserted in the Sunrise Zoom calls, so we have all the recordings, all the documents. We have their entire repository of all these things, and they planned everything that we're reading right here. They planned it already, and they even understood how to psychologically manipulate the public to accept that it was the freest and fairest election of all time. Yeah, go ahead, Jen.
No, thanks, Trash. And I think we should revisit that like maybe this week or next week because today's Friday pretty much. But what I wanted to say is every time we look into this, this literally shows how egregiously they stole the election. And it with them ordering those, what was it, an additional million ballots, they definitely were getting polling back that they were about to lose the election. And I guarantee you that they went into like scramble mode and they were like, oh shit, we need to use these ballots too. We need more ballots. We need to stuff more. We need to stuff more. And this is what we're seeing. And that's why they had to flood the place. That's why they had to pull the electric, because I think that Trump literally wiped the floor last time, and they can't admit it.
No, you're 100% correct. And that's when and we talked about this, is when they began, Norm Eisens and Michael McFalls of the world, very steeped in color revolutions. They practiced in the Orange Revolution in Ukraine in 2003 and 4. They did it again in 2014. They seem to be doing it in Serbia again. And then they turned it against the American public when Trump won, when Hillary should have been president. And we're going to go over all that again, guys. And I'm not talking out of my butt. I know it sounds crazy using those words, and I'm being very cautious not to use too many words that people think, oh my God, those people are insane. We have all the documents. It's not like it's like a guess. We, we'll have a space and we'll lay it all out again for you guys. We have all the documents, so it came from them, and it came from Milley having someone inserted inside the Sunrise Zoom calls where members of BLM and Tifa shut down DC and other grassroots organizations met with current and former Intel contractors and government employees to basically create the Summer of Love and everything else that we saw that happened in 2020. And so we'll go over that again because I still have access to their documents, by the way. Jen, I have found so much in there you have no idea. I mean, to the point where they have Marxist session training kits that you can give with name placards and how to divvy up groups and how to train federal workers and have Marxist sessions with them, but not to invite lawyers so the lawyers won't scare the people away. The whole thing, it's all in there. So
Can't have the lawyers in there. But
yeah,
speaking of lawyers, JP has his hand up, so I just
I'm
want to
going.
get him in before you continue, Trash.
Yeah, go ahead, JP.
Thanks, guys. Not really a legal analysis, but is anyone else getting the vibe here that this is like an intelligence level operation? That this is beyond the scope of a state run party organization. Like I see the coordination of the Marxist groups, the media coverage, because I recall the national polls that were televised in the days leading up to Georgia showed neck and neck, 50-50. It was tight. Trump might have been ahead by a couple points, but Herschel Walker was trailing. Like it was tight in Georgia as far as we knew up to the polls. And I'm like, why are they ordering 1 million ballots days before the election? That to me is the most damning one. How do they know to do that? Are they tracking people? Like I see a bigger operation here. I don't know if you get that vibe too.
Well, I kind of just laid it out very, very briefly, but we're gonna have some more spaces about it. I would encourage you as well, those of you listening as well. I would encourage you guys to read through this that I'm reading through. Make sure you keep it. Then also go ahead and go check out and read the Molly Ball piece from Time Magazine called "The Shadow Campaign That Saved the 2020 Election," where they're essentially bragging how they set this entire operation up. As far as the other stuff that we were talking about, JP, like with the tabletop exercises, Norm Eisen, Rosa Brooks, Niles Gilman, and then the censorship apparatus that was built by S.J. Terp, the CTI League, with grants from DOD. Yes, a lot of that was intelligence level operations. So we also know that there was current and former Intel contractors in the Sunrise Zoom calls as well, having these conversations. So it was, but also match up with what we're talking about, what Jen and I are talking about, where we've been talking about the Norm Eisens of the world, the tabletop exercises, the Transition Integrity Project, and the document called The Count, Sunrise Zoom calls. And then you add in the censorship machine that was born out of S.J. Terp and Stanford Internet Observatory, all those things that we've shown in the Twitter files, the CTI League files. Michael McFaul, steeped in color revolution, also worked at Stanford Internet Observatory. Renee DiResta, CIA Renee, worked underneath him. The same Michael McFaul that worked with Norm Eisen when they were talking about color revolutions. And then lo and behold, David Brock, Norm Eisen, and had that Media Matters crew in this entire meeting in 2017. So again, we're going to tie it all together again, guys. I want to keep moving on because Savvy, I know it's getting late for you. So I'll keep moving through Georgia. If you need to drop off after Georgia, I totally get it. Us night owls can handle it from there. But
I was about to say, y'all know I turn into my 87-year-old self, but no, we're good.
Okay, cool. All right. Whew. I know there's a lot of information we dumped on you guys. I don't expect everyone to retain it that's listening that's heard it for the first time, but just keep an out for the spaces. We're going to break down everything we just talked about the last 10 minutes, and it's absolutely insane. And again, it's not conjecture. I have the documents. We have the documents, right, Jen? So it doesn't matter. And they're not going anywhere.
No, and I just want to point out, Trash, it wasn't that Millie just had like someone on the inside. Like she
Right.
had someone embedded within the Sunrise Zoom calls that was collecting everything that was transpiring. So like it's not just that, oh, we have some information. Like, no. We have the actual information that was provided to the people on the calls.
That's right. when we say sunrise Zoom call, and by the way, just for those listening, so you don't have to go searching and diving. Do you guys remember all those protesters who were in Kevin McCarthy's office this year a couple times? Do you guys remember all those protesters who've been inhabiting Capitol building the last couple of years? Do you guys remember that? Yeah, that's the Sunrise Movement. Same groups. Just throw that out there. All right. Let's see here. So we talked about an estimated. I didn't talk about this yet. So here we go. So start a reset. We'll go back. An estimated 30,000 to 92,670 illicit votes were trafficked in Georgia as a part of a massive ballot trafficking operation discovered by True the Vote, which is Catherine Engelbrecht and Greg Phillips. If you guys go to open.inc, there's some new January 6th reporting on there. Greg Phillips project started that. It's going to be an open source investigation data dump site. Go check it out. Ed Martin's got some great things on January 6th on there, i.e., where's Mr. Coffee? Go check that out. An estimated 30,000 illicit votes to 92,000 were trafficked in Georgia as part of massive ballot trafficking operation discovered by True the Vote, right? 2,000 Mules people. The group identified 242 traffickers in Georgia who engaged in 5,662 ballot drops into drop boxes, making an average of runs per trafficker. Over 40% of the illicit drops that were captured on camera were recorded between non-voting hours of midnight and 5 a.m. There were over 364,000 ineligible voter registrations on the rolls during the 2020 election, and likely 67,284 votes were cast from voters with invalid residency.
Trash, can I add something here? If you don't mind. So the traffickers, they use geofencing for them. They got their tags, used geofencing. Now, during the same time, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation approached True the Vote about a murder of a young child in Southwest Atlanta. They were able to use that information because they helped them. They were able to use that geofencing locator tool to find the murderer of this young girl. She was like either 6 or 8. But when it came to this right here that we are reading through, they would not they wouldn't use this information, but they would use it to find a murderer of a small child. But when it comes to votes for President Trump, they would not use it.
Well, they also would gladly and happily and did actively use it to track down MAGA grandmas who wanted to wave an American flag on January 6th, FYI. That was good enough for them then, by the way. So that's another good example to use, guys, when you're talking about that.
Not to be confused with the Fed MAGA granny, okay? They were actual other grandmas out
Oh,
there.
yeah,
I
no,
just
we're not,
wanted to point that out.
I'm not talking about Hemphill. What a clown. All right. Massive manipulation of the Georgia voter rolls surrounding the 2020 election has been uncovered. This includes 1,500 voter IDs that received credit for voting in 2020, but were not on any voter rolls in 2020. Some appearing for the first time on voter rolls on November 4th, 2021. A year after the election. Other findings include, now, actually, you know what? I tell you back. Let me read that one more time because I think that's going to get missed, and I think we should probably hit on it. Massive manipulation of Georgia voter rolls surrounding the 2020 election has been uncovered. This includes 1,500 voter IDs that received credit for voting in 2020, but were not on any voter rolls from 2020. Some appearing for the first time on voter rolls on November 4th of 2021. A year after the election. So that's not runoff people. I mean, I guess you could say, but if these same voter IDs voted in the 2020 election, but the first time they voted was the runoff, but they're showing up for the first time on voter rolls on November 4th, 2021, a year after, that would suggest that they're adding voters to the voter rolls to try to justify and cover up some of the numbers.
You are correct. And in the state of Georgia, if you didn't vote in that election, you cannot vote in the runoff.
Bingo. There you go. Perfect. Thank you for cutting that in half as well, just in case someone wanted to be smart and try to make that argument. Perfect. Thank you. Other findings included manipulation of inactive voters to cast ballots, gifting November 3rd votes up to 2 years after the election, and casting votes on ballots previously rejected, canceled, or not even turned in. This is just crazy shit, guys. In 2020, this one's interesting because I've been to a lot of these cities, and I can assure you they're not in Georgia. In 2020, there were absentee ballots issued to Bangkok, Thailand, Georgia, Denver, Georgia, Detroit, Georgia, Los Angeles, Georgia, and other fraudulent addresses that do not exist. Ballots were fraudulently cast in 2020 from addresses listed as Bronx, Georgia, Hilton Head, Georgia, Louisville, Georgia, San Diego, New Orleans, French Creek, Virginia Beach, Vicksburg, Baltimore, New York, Sarasota, all with zip codes out of state, but it was in Georgia, apparently. 43,907 Dropbox ballots violated chain of custody requirements in DeKalb County. 59,000 of the 79,460 Dropbox ballots in Fulton County were not immediately transported to the election registrar in violation of state election board rules. Yes, Eb.
And I will note with the section about the addresses, there was such a large collective effort because we knew this happened weeks after the election. We have had all of this information. And so we had such a large effort with Garland Favorito and Voter GA to verify these addresses, to go by, take pictures of them. We even would, we even found death certificates of these people, and verify it with the funeral homes. So we have had this now for almost 4 years, and it's just now, and this has all been, that Brian Kemp has had this shit for 4 years almost. So that's what's frustrating, is because we have proven on so many different of these points, and it was ignored. So the people that we have hired to speak for us completely silenced us.
Absolutely. And also, guys, if you guys know that I am actually, I had linked to FOIA Fan, their work they did on uncovering the Ray Epps emails with the FBI that was introduced in the investigation. They DM'd me while we were having the space, and they said, hey, I'm also adding something else that you might be of interest. I can't make it to the space, but thought you might want to see this. And so I added it down to the chat below the Ray Epps thread. So there was something additional they sent me. This account and I talk a lot, obviously, because all they do is FOIA 24/7 and like information deep dive. And you guys know I need receipts, so we work really well together on Twitter, I guess you could say. So it works. Walt, go ahead. I'm going to get through this. I got to get Savvy off of here. I think what we should do is we're breaking down in detail what happened in Georgia, and I think that's important. I think once we're done with Georgia, I think I would encourage the audience to read the rest of the other states of what happened, since we have somebody that was intimately familiar, and I'm intimately familiar somewhat with Georgia. So I think that's what we're doing. Is we're going to break down the Georgia section. Sav's probably going to go to bed. We'll skip over to the FOIA stuff on the FBI stuff, and we can go from there. I think that sounds like a good plan. Yeah, go ahead, Walt.
Yeah, Sav, I had a quick question for you. So the letter that Kemp sent back in, I think that was November 17th is when that letter was at. So you said that Kemp had this information. That was what was interesting about that story, because from what I understood on that story when it came out, is that Raffensperger hid the information from Kemp, and then this guy Rossi actually managed to find this information and get it to Kemp somehow. And as soon as Kemp got it, he started this investigation.
That is utter bullshit.
Okay, well, that's what I wanted to
Yes,
hear.
because the GOP chair at the time, the vice chair, myself, Garland, everyone presented this stuff to Brian Kemp. He has had it.
So you know what that means then? That means that Kemp saw the writing on the wall and tried to create a smoke screen so that he could say that he was not aware of all this. So that's what happened.
100%. And I tweeted him and Raffensperger today with this information. And I'm like, just because you're trying to cover your tracks now and, push Raffensperger to show up at this case on the 8th, that you're not clear. Your hands are not there. Your hands are just as much guilty, because that's when he stopped taking calls and meetings with all of us, because we tried so hard. The precinct that I was talking about previously in, we even had all of that data. He got it that night when all of this is happening.
Unacceptable. Nobody put Savvy in the corner. All right, here we go.
Damn right.
An estimated 355,000 ballot transfer forms for Dropbox ballots are missing statewide. 355,000. Over 100,000 tally sheets for Fulton County were missing from the hand count audit and remain missing for months after the election. Yeah, here we go. This is me. This next section is probably mine and Robert Bose's favorite. He and I talk about this a lot. Miss Ruby Freeman. All right, go ahead, Jen.
Yeah, Savvy, just out of curiosity, in the sham election, how many votes did Donald Trump actually lose by to Joe Biden in the scam election?
So,
Exactly. It's 11,000 something.
well,
So,
and collectively over all of the swing states, Jen, it was like 42,000.
yes, it's not a lot. And in the state of Georgia, it was 11,000 something something. So if you look back on page 8, okay, where it talks about how the election day was inflated by approximately 37,000 votes, you remove those inflated votes alone without all this other bullshit, and President Trump has still won, if that
So
makes
I,
sense.
I, I just want to point out, we're talking about them printing 1 million ballots the days before the election. We're talking about them having 37,000 votes voting in random cities that aren't in Georgia to begin with. We're talking about 30,000 over here that we don't even know what the hell, 310,000 that we can't trace. Yet Donald Trump only lost by 11,000. Like,
Yes.
this is so absurd. Like, they printed more ballots than Trump lost by.
Right. And that should also be noted is that your state, so these ballots are printed by a specific company. In our instance, guess where our ballots were printed? Guess, anyone want to guess?
I think you're going to tell us.
Maricopa County.
Oh,
Oh,
shocking.
well, no, yeah, that's Runback. That's right.
Yeah,
That's
that's
why.
run back.
That's why.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I pointed out Runback earlier. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there is a whole nother thread you can pull on with the what's the word I'm looking for? Trash. It's a big word that where it means they're working together. Anyway, between the state of Georgia and Arizona,
Collaboration.
that's it. Between these two states, but before an election,
Robert's here.
oh, hey, Robert. Oh, I see Robert Bones. But before the election, you have pre-ordered your ballots. So meaning not like days before. I'm talking
Right.
months and months and months before.
Right.
You have pre-ordered your ballots. And you cannot register to vote the same day. Okay? Can't do that here in the state. So the fact that they have and where it says printed over 1 million ballots a few days before the election, that right there should show you that there's something nefarious.
Yeah, that's why I pointed that out earlier, Sal, because you're 100% right. Listen, these ballots are ready to go. I mean, we're talking a year, months, right? Because they're constantly checking the rolls. They're making sure they got the right request. They have enough ballots. We're talking about invoicing for 1 million ballots days before the election. I don't think so, Chief. Go ahead, Jen.
And
Well,
these
and
ballots
I,
are
I think,
designated for the state of Georgia too. So to put in a special request to have ballots created all the way across the country, specific to your state, specific to your county, specific to your precinct. Okay? That's huge. That just doesn't that does not mm-mm.
well, and to add that, how many votes were casted where only Joe Biden was circled? They were supposedly mail in votes, but there was no folds on the paper. There was nothing, and it just had Joe Biden circled. Not any down ballots, no, nothing else, just Joe Biden. And I just want to point out once again that he only lost by 11,000 votes, people, and they printed 1 million ballots right before the days before the election. Let's ignore all the other voter fraud. They printed 1 million ballots.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
which multiple had the same timestamps, the exact same marking, everything. Everything was identical on thousands of these ballots.
Yeah, actually, absolutely. And it's so funny. I'm sure someone told Robert that I was talking about him, but he came in because I'm about to go to my favorite section that he and I talk about before all year, like in these different spaces. And here we are, Robert. Are you ready? In early January 2021, Ruby Freeman asked for an attorney because she wanted to go live on every platform to divulge information about the USB ports were used in the 2020 election. The expert cyber report by Professor Alex Halderman explained how the external USB ports with election-changing malware could be inserted into Dominion machines by anyone with access, including election workers. Our friend Ruby Freeman, Robert.
And we saw this in Gwinnett County too, this USB port when they would stick them into the machines and you shouldn't be able to do a regular election little sorry, but peon worker shouldn't have access to this USB port, but they did. And they were taking it from machine. And they said that they were doing it under the guise of, well, we're just getting all the information data. Well, no, I don't think so. Because that's supposed to be uploaded in real time. But now you're taking a USB from here to here to here. And then you're going to a back office where you won't let any any of us that were poll monitors that day, so we have access everywhere. They locked us out of that. And not to mention, there were Dominion representatives there as this is going down.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
okay, Robert, perfect.
Hey, so great to be with you again. Hey, so the USB thing is a kind of new thing where we have these central count functions in these big counties around the country. So like Maricopa, Atlanta, the big Detroit, Milwaukee, Philadelphia. So when they dropped the China virus on us, then they totally changed the elections. They just blasted out mail ballots everywhere, live ballots. Who knows where they went? And then they created this central count where so they had to. They said, well, we're going to have a lot of mail-in ballots. Well, let's just put a central location instead of used to be. You go to the precincts, you'd have like 1,000 people there, maybe 2,000 max. They would count it at the precinct and kind of like phone it in, or then they say, well, if we're going to have a central count, let's export the scanner data. Say it's 1,000 votes and a scanner. Export it through a memory card or a USB, and take that USB and drive it down to central count and insert that into the election management system and aggregate them all. So that's the way. And there's not supposed to be any internet connection among them, even though we know there is, which is hackable. That's what Halderman reported. So you take these USBs, and now you don't even know who's got the USBs. And we had a whistleblower in Milwaukee who's like, the police report said she went out to her car and 2 a.m. She said, well, I got to get the USBs, but she should drive somewhere. But then I think she did a little switcheroo and tossed the original USBs and came back in, changed her plan and came back in and had an extra few USBs with who knows how many tens of thousands of votes on them. So there's nobody controlling these things. It's a mess. It's a total mess. And same thing with memory cards. So what Ruby Freeman was blowing the whistle on January 4th, 2021, the day before the FBI got to her, she said these USBs are going to blow your mind. You are going to be amazed. This picture, she said, and she was basically saying that that's a fraud. That everything the Georgia Secretary of State is saying, the FBI is saying, that everything that Fulton DA is saying is false and a fraud. They didn't investigate. And okay, so guess what? So she got out of the police station about midnight on January 4th of 2021. For like break of day, after enough time where the FBI was in the station, they had enough time to listen to that body cam. They said, "Holy shit, let's go get her from her house." They grabbed her from her house for 2 months. Okay, and then they did witness tampering. I will swear to God that was FBI witness tampering right there. So she said She talked about the double scan, well, we don't know if it's double scanning or it's just extra scanning that shouldn't have been done. But it wasn't legal. There was no observers there. She talked about that. She talked about there was no investigation. It was a cover up. They basically said, clear your social media. Don't let anybody, take all those posts down. So they basically were doing a little cover up operation, and she's still in play. She's gonna have her moment in a couple cases, probably maybe 3 or 4 cases that she'll be deposed or called as a witness, including the Georgia criminal cases.
Yeah, it's just huge, Robert, and I'm so glad you came in to give this insight because like a lot of people are probably hearing this for the first time and many such, and I'm glad you brought up that it was the body cam. But what's funny about that, not funny, I mean this is not a funny matter, but I have to laugh or I'll die inside. But what's interesting was the social media post that you're talking about was like what she was putting all over Instagram and Facebook, and she's showing all the boxes of ballots in her office, and she's like bragging on camera about all these things. A lot of people don't even remember that because there was so much censorship, banning, and suspensions going on at that time, due to like Stanford Internet Observatory and the disarm framework and all the stuff that we kind of exposed. A lot of people didn't even see that. I wish I could go find. I wish I could go find that content. Do you guys happen to have that?
Of the body cam, what?
Well,
Which
no, the body
content?
cam's out. I have that, but
Oh,
like
yeah, yeah.
the
We have everything she's ever posted.
let's
And
go.
no, including things that might be plants by some things might not be right. It might be planted, but she was a good person. She was doing the right thing. She had a moment of contrition, um, faith. She volunteered to tell the story to Trevian Cootie and Garrison Douglas, and then by phone to Harrison Floyd. All that was on body cam. She compared the way it used to be, that we used to, the way it was supposed to go, and then how it got squirrely. And so she did that, thinking maybe she'd get, she wanted an attorney, so she didn't have one. She wanted to get one, so she was basically looking for help and telling her story. And then the FBI got to her, basically, and the rest is history. But thankfully, it was recorded. There's maybe 2 or 3 other little snippets of body cams and 911 body cams where she is agreeing to. She wants to go to the police station. She wants these people to come back to help her. It was no pressure. Every story out there about people pressuring her, is a um, a hoax. It's false. Nobody pressured her, and of course she gets the Biden Medal of Freedom. So none of this. The judge in the Rudy Giuliani case basically put the kibosh on any evidence coming out. So it was a totally whacked, unbalanced courtroom. He did not get any chance to put this out there, but it's out there in the market, and the mainstream media knows about it. They know this whole body cam's out there. They're the ones that first reported on it. But they took a little clip, saying Trevian says you got 48 hours or somebody's going to come to your house, basically, and that's all she said. And they think that's pressure. But Trevian was like, you got to watch out for the FBI because they're coming for your house. And guess what? They did. They came to her house 2 days later. So anyway, it's an interesting story. It's going to come out quite a bit more. But wow, I'm glad to see all the swing state voter fraud pieces come out there. President Trump putting that out there. Georgia's got a bunch. Wisconsin, Arizona, Michigan. It's almost 3 years of really hard work by a lot of folks that the mainstream doesn't want you to know. They say there's no evidence, but you just read that. There's just tons of evidence, and they can't refute any of it. They cannot. They don't want it to come out. So we're ready to get it out in court.
Absolutely, let's go. And Robert, thank you again for giving us your time tonight. Really,
Thank
obviously.
you. No, I'm glad. I'm just going to listen and see catch up. I've been immersed in a project. Yeah.
Oh, Robert, wait till I get to the Ray Epps FBI documents that came out that he submitted in the case when they're doing this layup case against him on the FBI. It's going to be mind blowing. That's the second part of the space. The first part was while we have Savvy before she needs her beauty rest, we were going to dissect Georgia, which she has expertly dissected. And of course, you came dropping bombs just a minute ago, and so this is what we were going to do. We were going to basically for the crowd, because a lot of people were focused on Epstein and all this noise and all this BS. We led off with, in the space, just kind of recap for everybody, we led off with Megyn Kelly putting out that little snippet about Jeffrey Epstein today. So I had to lead with that because she's talking about all the stuff that's going to be coming out this year. And what an insane clip that is. If you guys haven't seen it, go to my profile. I actually clipped it from her show today because I was listening to it. I'm like, wait, did I just hear that correctly? Where she's stating that we may even hear from Jeffrey Epstein this year, most likely videos and stuff, I'm sure. But nevertheless, the stuff that she said was just like, oh my God. And she knows so much. And we know that Tucker Carlson was talking with Epstein's brother. There's a lot to come out. There's a lot to be revealed. And then we moved on to Mike Davis's analysis of the immunity case that's going on that was just kicked back down from the Supreme Court that's going to be taking place next Tuesday, where now it's going to go back to the D.C. Circuit Appellate Court. They're going to hear this off. Then it eventually will make its way to the Supreme Court. Mike Davis gave an excellent analysis comparing to the fact that if Trump, if a president has presidential immunity in civil cases, um, from being prosecuted for duties that they did while they were in as president, as official duties, then why not criminal? That makes no sense. And so he kind of broke that down a little bit and compared, okay, well, if we're going to allow presidents to be openly prosecuted for things that they did while they were president and official duties, Obama's going down for the drone strikes and the American citizens that died extra constitutionally, extrajudicially in the Middle East. So from the drone strike. So a lot we've covered. And then now we're going through all of the documents that Trump had released in all the swing states regarding the voter irregularities, fraud, whatever you want to call it. And we figured the best way to do that was just break down Georgia and let everyone read the other states from then on. And we're going to move to these Ray Epps FBI emails and lack of willingness to actually do a proper investigation and charging Ray Epps with any kind of crime on January 6th. A lot of explosive stuff. So, man, this has been a great space, everybody. If you guys could retweet the space, let's get some more folks in. Selfishly, I think this is way more important than a lot of things that are being talked about right now. This is why Savvy and I and Jen wanted to do this space. And I couldn't ask for a better panel up here right now to dissect this. So thank you guys so much. Let me get to the hands and let me wrap up Georgia and we'll move on. Walt, go ahead, then Anastasia.
Yeah, real quick. So as soon as you mentioned the USB things, that unlocked a memory for me that, man, I've forgotten all about it because of all the stuff that's happened. So I think this was in Georgia. Does anyone remember there was a video that came out, and it was of a Dominion employee in an election room, and he went from every single computer and inserted a thumb drive into it. The story disappeared after like one day, but I remember that. And the moment you said that USB drive thing, I was like, man, I forgot all about that. Do you guys have that video? Does anyone remember that one?
Dominic Alomo, he's one of the county techs for Fulton County,
Yeah.
and they and each county had a tech. So basically, get the background here. Dominion is this tiny little company, and they've got this massive new contract to supply a bunch of voting machines, these electronic voting computers. They've never had any employees like built or deal with them, and they're basically just really simple, easily hacked machines. So Dominic Alomo is this one that and there are probably others as well. There's many county techs, but Dominic's a Nigerian citizen. He's got some issues, but nobody was looking at him, and you don't know whether he's supposed to be the one that's like in charge of all the USBs, but this is the fate of the country is in like 6 people like this. Like Dominic and 5 others basically can take the memory cards, throw out the original ones, and bring in a whole new set or tamper with them. There's no chain of custody on the memory cards. So we really have to get back to precinct hand counting, by humans, hand marked paper ballots, and none of this electronics and no internet connection. It's all hackable. The memory cards are hackable, and you get this nefarious activity. There's no observers, by the way. So normally there's all these poll watchers that are supposed to be there in the poll, like 7A to 7P. But the real stuff that's going on is before the election and after the election. That's what needs to be watched. It's people like Dominic Colomo who are like, what the hell are you doing with all those USBs, dude? So big problem.
Yeah, huge problem.
Anastasia, jump. Oh, sorry.
No, perfect. And thanks.
Go
Oh,
ahead,
yeah,
Anastasia.
hi. Oh, God, there's so much to talk about. But I just had a question about somebody posting about their Nevada primary sample ballot, where there was no Trump, no Vivek, and no DeSantis, just Nikki Haley on their ballot. Did anyone see that?
No, I haven't seen it, but I would be wary. So, like, let me give you a couple things that's going
Can
on.
I
Number
put
one,
that
if you guys
in
remember,
either the nest or the
okay,
pearl, the pill for people to
can
look
you
at?
hear? Can you hear me?
Yeah, can I just put it in the nest and the pill for you to look
Yeah.
at?
Okay. Well, I don't want to divert too much, but yes, definitely put it down in the chat. We'll take a
Okay.
look at it for sure. But I'll just say, I don't know what that is, but I'll tell you this. In real time yesterday, when we were going over the Epps files, we actually had the physical files. We're going over them. We fed it into ChatGPT AI. We also had a PDF searcher, and we were searching names. And there was tons of stuff going out showing these fake screenshots of. I'm gonna mute you, Anastasia. Your open mic is messing with the audio. Where people were manipulating the information, saying Clarence Thomas said this and this person said that and Trump said this. It was all manipulated stuff. So I would just be cautious, but I'll take a look at it for sure. And I'll address it by the end of
My
this case. If
mic,
it's
my mic wasn't open, but I have a few other questions about what are we going to do about all of this? What is being done? Can we discuss that a little bit, or did I miss it already?
well, I don't. Okay, yeah. So I'm here to definitely present the information. There are open cases going on right now. There are also petitions going on in various states where they're petitioning their board of supervisors, their counties. There's a lot of challenges going on right now. I can't solve this problem from this space, but this information is being heard for the first time by a lot of people. So I'm just going to do the best I can. Thanks, Anastasia.
Okay,
Appreciate
great.
it.
I have one more quick question.
So let me get back to the thread here, and let me make sure I've got this right. So we just, Robert, Savvy, Jen, we just went over um, the USB's Ruby Freeman, and I agree, Robert. I've listened to a lot of the body cam footage with Ruby Freeman. Like you said, I think the FBI got to her, and that was it. Because I do believe that she was probably like excited that she's going to be playing some kind of role in what she did, and then things went completely sideways and psycho. And she was like, "Oh no, I don't want to be involved in this." I firmly believe that because I've listened to the body cam, I've seen the other footage. I know the conversations that she's had with Harrison and everything. I just I'm not really. I mean, how do I say this? I'm big mad that anybody would ever allow a compromising of the integrity of elections in our country and our constitution. But I also understand the propaganda they've been under the last 4 years because we've been uncovering it and showing people in real time what happened. And
May I add something to
yeah,
this? You know what's really, you hear about all these swattings this past weekend at Christmas. You hear about all these like online threats, threats to, purported threats to Ruby Freeman, like an email or a text or DM. Who, if they're really, first is, were the threats a law breaking? Was it harassment? Did they ever find anybody? I mean, who is swatting these people? They've got the tech to find out these people, who they are, but for some strange reason, we never see anybody arrested or anybody's. Oh yeah, hey, we caught the swatter. We caught the person who was making an online threat to Ruby Freeman. There weren't any. They're all made up. So I'm curious about it.
no, I agree. Matter of fact, actually, Tim Pool actually talked about it today because Tim Pool, I think he's got the record for the most swattings. I think he's got like 13 or 15. And he was talking about it today because he talks.
Marjorie has 21.
Oh, well, Marjorie's the goat then.
Yeah.
Marjorie's got the goat. All right, cool. Well, and that's the thing it's ramping up, but the questions still remain, right? You see all these swattings. You saw all the bomb threats on 8 different capitals around the country that were obviously they confirmed to be hoaxes. You see all this, and it's interesting because Tim was talking about this today, and he said, it kind of died down for like a year and a half where there really wasn't happening. So like ramped up in 2022 and then it kind of died down. And now that we're in 2024, we're seeing a rash of these bomb threats. We're seeing all the swattings that are happening over the holidays and the what's going on in the different capitals. And no one's ever found it. And he doesn't divulge everything about his conversations with the FBI and police, but he lives in an area where a lot of influential people have kind of like their getaways outside of DC in like West Virginia and Maryland. And these people are serious people. And if Tim's getting swatted, these people are going to get angry about it, and they're going to start asking questions, start putting pressure on the FBI. It sounds like they were able to figure out, without divulging too much because they're still in investigation, they were able to figure out what was going on in 2022 when the swattings were happening. It died down in 2023, but now they're picking up again. It seems to be they're claiming that it's a bunch of these leftist groups that are doing it. I'm not so certain about that. And I actually have questions regarding maybe what's going on in Northern Virginia a little bit regarding this, Robert. I'm not sure where you're going with that, but I do have questions what's going on in Northern Virginia in regards to this stuff. I'll just say that.
It's whenever is it a propaganda war to say, oh, there's threats made. Well, we'll find out who threatened and find out what their deal is. If it's a violation of law, arrest them.
100%.
Find out. Anyway.
No, I agree. I 100%. I agree. I think it's convenient that all these capitals have bomb threats just days before, the day of that Joe Biden releases an ad, a political ad, saying that you and I, all of us that didn't vote for Joe Biden are extremists, and he's going to have a talk about domestic extremism on the anniversary of January 6th. He's going to be doing that. And I find it interesting in the run-up to that speech on the 6th that all of this is happening. Is it a coincidence? Could be. Maybe. I would like to know, but I don't think we're going to get any kind of transparency from anybody doing actual investigations, because I don't think they want to do investigations on this. I think they want the rhetoric to be ramped up. But I think you're correct. I agree. And I'm going to say it publicly. That's what I think it is. I have some questions about Northern Virginia. I'm sorry, but I just do. All right. Let me, Sav, I know you're struggling with me. Let me wrap up Georgia with here and then get your final thoughts. And then we can move on to the FBI. All right. So the presence of a QR code mismatch error within Dominion tabulators that systematically undercounts votes was found in 65 out of 67 Georgia counties where records were available. A QR mismatch with the Dominion tabulators found in 65 of the 67 counties where records were available. The error was present in system log files for tabulators used in elections in 2020, 21, and 22. The election results in Georgia in 2020 were not only unreliable, but were electronically altered and are supported by the state's own election records. The appearance of tens of thousands of unconfirmed ballots and subsequent hand and machine counts suggests reconciliation happened after the election, meaning it was after it was clear that what margins were needed to win. Fulton County election officials admitted in early 2021 they do not engage in any reconciliation until weeks after Election Day. This means the number of voters showing up at the polls during each day of voting is not checked with the number of ballots tabulated each day, a basic process to ensure number of ballots and voters match and cannot be manipulated later. This is so important, you guys.
They attempted to reconcile in Fulton County, but they could not.
And they could never do it. They could
They could never do it because there was something off at the beginning. As soon as it's messed up on the beginning, we think it could be the extra ballots that were scanned in late at night, and then they just could never. I mean, think about that. There was no. There were mismatches of actual paper ballots versus ballot images,
right.
and there were more ballot images than there were ballots. So it was like, well, why are there? That would lead to believe that you've made some copies or you don't have the paper backup. So it's a big problem. So
huge.
But by the way, so Fulton County was not among those 64 counties with the QR code. QR code error and the ballot ID mismatch were the common errors. About 20% of the ballots in from those counties. We have no idea what they were for Fulton County, but that was a pretext. Those errors were just pretexts. They were fake, instantaneous errors. As soon as you scanned in the ballot, it would tag it with an error. That then requires adjudication, but machine adjudication is illegal in Georgia and Arizona. So what Georgia was doing was allowing these machines to illegally adjudicate fake created errors. The errors were created to divert ballots away from being counted. Some of those diverted ballots were counted for selected candidates like Biden. So there was a disparate cure rate. Some were the way they create these errors was purposeful to get them into adjudication, which is legal, and to apply different cure rates to each by candidate, all instantaneously, all to electronic folders. And the system logs show it. Fulton County wanted to get rid of them. We're still to get rid of the system logs. We're still fighting with them about that. System logs will show every bit of this, like which votes were suppressed, adjudicated, cured. So that's one of the things we're working on.
And please continue to work on that. Oh my God, yes, please. That's going to say a lot, right? Like, listen, like, I don't want to go too much of a rant, and I don't want to go too out of whack. Walter, WC Dispatch, myself, Matt Taibbi, Matt Schellenberger, and a lot of these other people, as shown through the CTI leak files, our investigations in the disarm framework, show psychological operations that were being operated on the American people. And I genuinely, and I've been saying this for some time now, as people start to wake up to what happened, we cannot be, we told you in 2020, you're stupid, you're an idiot. No, no, no. We watched a multi-billion-dollar DoD funded program wage psychological operation on the American public through social media for years. Systematic banning, suppressing, suspensions. And so we have been pushed so far into a magical gray area land that a lot of people just aren't thinking about things logically. They're stuck in the emotional response. Like, just logically, with what Robert talked about, just logically, or what Savvy was talking about, the discrepancies here in this logic, it's defied in anybody that doesn't look at this and say, okay, 1+1 doesn't equal 2 anymore. The north is south, west is east, everything is upside down. We cannot reconcile any of this with any kind of logic or standard of reason of black and white. Everything's in the gray. So, like, just logically, I don't care if you hate Trump. I don't care if you hate me. I don't care if you hate everything about Republicans. If you're not willing to live in a country where 1+1 equals 2, and these are obvious, very well spelled out, black and white issues that don't reconcile, I have to ask you, please ask yourself why you feel that way. Because, oh my God, is that a country you want to live in? So, again, this is nothing like, listen, yes, I'm a Trump guy. You guys know it. I'm a Trump voter. I'll be. But, like, just at least if you hate everything about my politics, can you answer these questions honestly? And if you can't, and if you're okay with what we're going over right now, because Orange Man bad, you're the problem. Go ahead, Sab.
I was going to note that within the Georgia legislature, we have freedom fighters that are still trying to push voter integrity laws to get back to same day voting. Um, and this is part of the reason why I know that myself, Trash, Jen, Dustin, the lot of us, it is so important to call your legislators and ask them about this, to support the legislators that are doing this. And to Aaron's point, this is not just a Republican issue. This should be a bipartisan issue. Because if I were ever a Democrat voter, which I never have been my entire life and will never be, but I would want the same. I would want a free and fair election. I will tell you, I wouldn't fight for this so hard if President Trump lost in a free and fair election, period. But it wasn't. And the data that we have presented to you tonight, the data that True the Vote has now, I mean, man, they won their case. Hallelujah. The data that Garland Favorito and Voter GA, the data that Robert Bose presents to us on the daily, the data that I present, the trash, Jen, this should open your eyes. This is not just a conservative issue, because this is going to be death by 1,000 cuts, you guys. So if they're able to do this to one party, they will do it to another party if they don't like their candidate. A lot of people don't necessarily see through that cloudiness. But if you have a candidate that is more of a moderate on the Democrat side, that ain't good enough. They will do the same to them. And so,
Or if you're RFK, or if you're RFK,
or if you're
they don't like him.
RFK. Exactly. So this if there were Democrat legislatures in Georgia that were fighting for this, hell yeah, I have my support. Good for you. That's exactly what you should do. And then the handful of the conservative ones that are going against the Georgia establishment, and my God, there's a lot of them, but they're still trying, and they need to hear from us, those of us who live in this state, um, and asking, volunteering, how can I help? What do you need me to do? That's really, really important.
No, and putting them on notice and letting them know that you know what happened, right? You don't believe the narrative as much it's been forced down your throat, right? The same goes with J6. The more we can get them to realize that the American people aren't dumb, that we know what's going on, that we know how to read and do research, and that we know y'all were shady and we're not putting up with it. That's how change happens, right? It's taking the information that we are presenting to you and putting that information into action in order to make change, right? Because we could sit up here all day and like tell you these facts, but if no one's talking about it, if no one's tweeting about it, tag them in it. Tag them in this information. Tell them you know what's going on and you're not going to put up with this like bullshit anymore. That we're tired of being lied to and treated like, oh, you guys don't understand. Like, oh, look at those cute people in the corner. Oh, they just keep voting for us. Like, no, that's not what's going to happen here, and we need to like show them that we want action taken immediately.
Man, so Sav, remember we were talking on the phone on the way home from work, and I was like, Dan Bongino went scorched earth today, and I contemplated clipping it. I probably still will because I know he wants me to clip it. Every time I clip his stuff, he'll always share it out, so I kind of appreciate that. But he was talking about what Jen is talking about. This is what I've been talking about with the censorship stuff. You guys know I cover censorship, like that's my bag, right? That's where I focus a lot of my energy, was all the censorship machines that are built. And I've always said, what have I always said? You guys can confirm this. What have I always said? I want to share a country with you if I disagree with you politically. I'm completely okay with it, as long as you're intellectually honest about your positions and you can have some conviction in your positions. I want to sit down at the table with you and have a discussion about how we solve things that you see as a benefit, that I see as a benefit. That's how we used to do things in this country. But what we're showing,
Yes, it's called a two-party system.
well, but what we're showing here is what I'm trying to say. You think the censorship apparatus, is the multi-billion-dollar censorship apparatus that's been levied against conservatives and Republicans the last few years, it's just always going to go one way? You're out of your mind. And when the pendulum swings and power changes within the government, those same tools still exist. What do you think is going to happen to your opinion moving forward if those tools still exist? Because the people, the administrative state, and Savvy and I talk about Project 2025 a lot. We talk about the actual transition project of 2025 through Heritage Foundation that I think is brilliant. We have spaces on it. We talk about it, we deep dive it. But but if the administrative state through the Office of Personnel Management is not completely removed, and all the layers between the president and the cabinet members and the people that are supposed to report to these cabinet members isn't removed, then they have no power. And if they have no power, then nothing can change in this country. And the only people controlling what's going on in this country are people that are self-interested, career politician bureaucrats that work within these layers of government that are unfireable. Well, they are fireable, but unfireable as of now. And these intelligence communities that want to move wherever they want to move the country. And it will come back. And when that pendulum swings and people change and younger people are starting to be more conservative because the only people who are having babies are conservatives. Therefore, the younger generations are going to start to become conservative. And with that changes, and if all these tools still exist and all of these things are not addressed, what do you think happens when the people who seek power, not truth, in DC and many other areas have their hands on the controls of those operations? So again, you don't have to agree with me politically, but I'm going to tell you right now, if you don't fix this, nothing is ever going to be the same, and our republic completely fails. That is not accelerationist. That is not trying to be black-pilled. It is just the truth. So we can either link arms right now, agree to disagree, and fix these problems, or rest in peace. Good luck. Go somewhere else. I don't know what to tell you. But that's why I'm in this fight. Sorry for the rant, guys. I just wanted to kind of lay that out. Savvy, we're about to finish off Georgia before we shift over to the FBI. But I just wanted to kind of say that again when we're talking about topics like this, because, oh, you stupid Trump cultist, you were so far beyond removed from reality. It's unbelievable to me. I support Trump for specific reasons, not because I just want to be like, I follow back all patriots. You guys know me. I'm not a tribalist at all. I have very specific reasons why I support and follow things that I follow. So yeah, Jen, go ahead.
Yeah, Josh, I was just gonna say, like, and I've said this in a couple spaces, and I know, like, so many of us, were putting out stuff right before the 2020 election, trying to expose, and especially after, in the 3 years since, and to us, it was really frustrating, right? Because you're like, wow, I have this great information, I have this great report.
Happened since we have somebody that was intimately familiar, and I'm intimately familiar somewhat with Georgia. So I think that's what we're doing. Is we're going to break down the Georgia section. Sav's probably going to go to bed. We'll skip over to the FOIA stuff.
Different links of all different sorts of
Tribalist at all. I have very specific reasons. We go one way, you're out of your mind. And when the pendulum swings and power changes within the government, those same tools still exist. What do you think is going to happen to your opinion moving forward if those tools still exist? Because the people, the administrative state, and Savvy and I talk about Project 2025 a lot. We talk about the actual transition project of 2025 through Heritage Foundation that I think is brilliant. We have spaces on it. We talk about it, we deep dive it. But but if the administrative state through the Office of Personnel Management is not completely removed, and all the layers between the president and the cabinet members and the people that are supposed to report to these cabinet members isn't removed, then they have no power. And if they have no power, then nothing can change in this country. And the only people controlling what's going on in this country are people that are self-interested, career politician bureaucrats that work within these layers of government that are unfireable. Well, they are fireable, but unfireable as of now. And these intelligence communities that want to move wherever they want to move the country. And it will come back. And when that pendulum swings and people change and younger people are starting to be more conservative because the only people who are having babies are conservatives. Therefore, the younger generations are going to start to become conservative. And with that changes, and if all these tools still exist and all of these things are not addressed, what do you think happens when the people who seek power, not truth, in DC and many other areas have their hands on the controls of those operations? So again, you don't have to agree with me politically, but I'm going to tell you right now, if you don't fix this, nothing is ever going to be the same, and our republic completely fails. That is not accelerationist. That is not trying to be black-pilled. It is just the truth. So we can either link arms right now, agree to disagree, and fix these problems, or rest in peace. Good luck. Go somewhere else. I don't know what to tell you. But that's why I'm in this fight. Sorry for the rant, guys. I just wanted to kind of lay that out. Savvy, we're about to finish off Georgia before we shift over to the FBI. But I just wanted to kind of say that again when we're talking about topics like this, because, oh, you stupid Trump cultist, you were so far beyond removed from reality. It's unbelievable to me. I support Trump for specific reasons, not because I just want to be like, I follow back all patriots. You guys know me. I'm not a tribalist at all. I have very specific reasons why I support and follow things that I follow. So yeah, Jen, go ahead.
Yeah, Josh, I was just gonna say, like, and I've said this in a couple spaces, and I know, like, so many of us, were putting out stuff right before the 2020 election, trying to expose, and especially after, in the 3 years since, and to us, it was really frustrating, right? Because you're like, wow, I have this great information, I have this great report. Be reshared for people to see again. And I think that it would be helpful. And I mean, we can label this as old reporting, like resharing this. But I think there's so much that needs to be put back out because no one saw anything. Like we were so censored, so many of us that none of the information's getting out. And I don't think people understand that like there were people trying to get all these messages out, like not this exact stuff, but a lot of this stuff, and they were so censored. Like you would even go on to like really good articles of other people, and it's like, wow, they have like 2 likes. Like, why? What is happening here? And that was all part of like what their whole attack on us was is to make us think that we all sucked.
And Jen, remember, Darren Beatty at Revolver, right? He's reporting on Norm Eisen and Michael McFall. The same McFall and Norm Eisen. We've talked about Norm Eisen for years. Nobody even knows that reporting even existed, let alone the Transition Integrity Partnership that was war gamed all the scenarios for Election Day in August of 2020. The same group that Milley had someone directly inside the Sunrise Zoom calls that created the document called The Count of what the ground troops were supposed to do in the timetables between between November, December, and January, specific dates that were relevant to the constitutional and election process, and how they had to protest and break up Congress from even meeting. None of this. One of the top 10 most censored stories of all time during the Twitter Files expose and all the other censorship machine was the Sunrise Zoom calls, and Milley had it all. She had it all, and it was one of the top 10 most censored stories. Why? Because those were the people that I believe at this point, after looking at all the documents that we have access to, thanks to her, that looking at the count, that actually created the violence on January 6th, in combination with not allowing the National Guard to come in on January 6th, in combination of the Capitol Police throwing concussion grenades into a peaceful crowd. Savvy, you know that they were throwing this into peaceful crowds, trying to get them riled up, trying to get illicit reaction.
Oh yeah, I got hit by one, and
So
I
my
wasn't doing a damn thing.
But yeah, exactly right. And my whole point was that all of this reporting, everything that we're talking about here, we talked about in 2020. This is the first time we've had a chance to talk about it since, including all of the voter fraud here. The Election Integrity Partnership censored all of this information, and they banned accounts like mine. They banned accounts, they suspended accounts, they shadow banned accounts, they delisted accounts on all social media accounts. They was talking about this very thing that we're talking about here. And then Trump team said, you know what, screw it, we're going to drop it all on you and all swing states. And that's what we just reviewed. So yeah, Jen, go ahead, and then we'll keep going.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that the violence started well before January 6th, right? Like when we were on the buses going in December and or in November and December, um, we were getting attacked with people showing up with Molotov cocktails at our Nashville rally. We were attacked on the highway. They were running us off the road. Like we had a caravan of people attack us on the highway and try to run the buses off the road. We had a guy in Nashville approach our bus with a chain, like swinging a chain, and the police had to be called. Like there were constantly people attacking us as we were going around with violent actions, and that's never been talked about, and we have it all on video.
Yeah, it's just absolutely absurd. Can someone grab the mic real quick? I got noise outside.
Got you.
Yes. So we were going to do we okay, we're good. So we were going to go over, I think we were at the last page 11 for the state of Georgia. So I'll
Yep.
start reading that and then
I can finish it. I got it.
okay, go right ahead then.
Yep. Nope. Noise is picking up again. All right, go ahead.
Okay. You're like, "Yep."
What is
And
happening?
what's going on, Aaron? All right. So the last page here. The election results in Georgia in 2020 are not only unreliable, but were electronically altered and are unsupported by the state's own election records. The appearance of tens of thousands of unconfirmed ballots in the subsequent hand and machine count suggest reconciliation happened after the election, meaning after it was clear what margins were needed to win. Fulton County election officials admitted in early 2021 they do not engage in any reconciliation. Did we already read this? No, in reconciliation until weeks after Election Day. This means the number of voters showing up at the polls during each day of voting is not checked with the number of ballots tabulated each day, a basic process to ensure the number of ballots and voters match and cannot be manipulated later. We cannot start reconciling that until usually a couple days before certification, said then Fulton County Elections Director Richard Barron during a January 2021 board meeting. Because we have to get that report from No Link, I think No Link sends those to the state or No Link sends those directly to us, but those aren't compiled then on election night. So we don't have any way to balance those then. That's like the post election process that we do. So
And that concludes
there
our broadcast day for Georgia.
for
But
Georgia. And that concludes Savvy on His Face. That was great.
yeah, go ahead, Robert. I saw you on mute. Wait, Savvy, don't go yet.
No,
Okay.
that was good. It's Georgia, and there's lots more with other states, but the same type of stuff. Yeah.
Yep. And again, I want to thank Robert for coming up to Georgia. How much longer you want to stay? If you want to check out these FBI documents, I'm in. Guys, what we just went over was basically all of the evidence that was laid out that a lot of us have been talking about for a long time regarding Georgia. And if you look at that same thread, it's down in the chat up in the nest. You can review all the swing state data. You can go through it, look at it yourself. You've got Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona. But listen. I know I'm in Maricopa County. Okay, I get it. Like, it's really bad out here. Like, I hear you. I hear you, America. 335 million people. I understand. Like, I'm doing my best out here. We are in deep S out here in Maricopa County. Just so you know. I mean, you thought Georgia was bad. Holy cow. So we'll do what we can. I'm here. But if you guys want to go through it, Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, um, everything's in here. It's all in the chat up in the nest. You guys can go take a look at it. And again, Savvy, thank you so much for like the intimate details of like play by play of what you went through in Georgia. Robert, obviously, you coming up and dropping bombs like usual. But that would conclude. If you guys have any final comments about the voter fraud stuff, that would conclude our voter fraud chapter. And we're going to move into some Ray Epps stuff.
Yeah, with this upcoming election, it's really, really important. Again, you know, this is the hill I die on to get involved. I have pinned to the top of my page the 5 easiest ways for you to become involved, and it is not too late. It isn't too late. And so, pinned at the top of my page, there is just a really quick 5 little bullet points on how to get involved, where to get involved. If you don't, if you read that and are still have no clue, please send me a DM or at me, and um, I will help you. You can still, within your party, you can still volunteer on election day to observe the polls, to do something. But as you know, we are officially in Trump 2024 season. I'm so excited. But you have to remember the old adage, see something, say something. If you are there at a polls, especially even during primaries, and you see something that doesn't quite it's not quite right, contact your GOP, contact your election officials, contact whoever is there as um, a representative for your county, for your party, for your state party. It is much easier to get things looked at and perhaps corrected if it is wrong at the time that the offense is happening than after. Um, so that is so very important. Please do not lose hope. Like I said, a lot of people are like, well, what do we do? What are we supposed to do? I will tell you what you're supposed to do. You are supposed to vote. That's what you're supposed to do. That's your civic duty to get out and vote. Bring somebody with you. Don't let all of everything you've seen here or any noise anywhere else, please don't let that deter you because your vote does matter. Okay? That's so very important, and get involved. You can, whatever it is, whatever your gift is, I can guarantee you within your party there is a space for you. There is a candidate that needs volunteers because they don't have the financial backing from the donor class. Help them, reach out to them. How can I help you? Because that means so very much. And on my little pinned tweet, I think I have 5 different links of all different sorts of places where you can go to get involved, where you can find your precinct, you can find your party, and you can make the steps to win back not just your state, but your country, because we can no longer sit idly by and let a handful of people saying, well, I've got all this information. What are we going to do now? No, because if and when we show up in droves, in masses, there is no amount of fraud that will be able to combat the people that are out here voting within our party. And with that, Trump 2024.
Let's go. Yeah, and I just want to add maybe some color for the first time to Savvy. I'm going to add some color to her mic
What?
drop. Yeah, I'm going to add some color. I'm going to add some color. So don't let the psyop or whatever you want to call it. If you don't like psyop because it's too conspiratorial, whatever. I mean, actually expose real psychological operations. That's fine, but don't let social media lure you into a state where voting doesn't matter. These people out here saying, "What's it matter? It's all rigged. Voting doesn't matter." You're insane. There would never be this many indictments. There would never be an operation that took almost took like billions and billions of dollars to operate in 2020 across all swing states. Across, look at Molly Ball's reporting in Time Magazine, the shadow campaign that saved the 2020 election. You're out of your mind if you don't think voting matters. Voting does matter. And anybody out there saying voting doesn't matter, be suspect. So it's one of two things. It's either a black pilled person that maybe voted once and their vote didn't go their way, and they're saying vote doesn't matter. Because what voting doesn't matter yielded us was the majority we should have had in the Senate to begin with in Georgia, number one. Number two, what it's going to yield us is a loss and not being able to overcome all these irregularities, if you want to call them that, in 2024. So what Sabby said is 100% correct, as always. She knows what's going on. She has her finger on the pulse on the ground in Georgia. She's going to be a force for Trump team moving forward. And so I would just take heed on what she said. And before I shift over to the FBI files that I want to release, Savvy, thank you so much for co-hosting with me tonight regarding the, let's call them irregularities in the election. But I'm not stopping. We're getting into this Ray Epps stuff because you guys know how much I just gnash on that. So we're going to get into it. Do you want to say anything else before you take off, Sav? And we got a couple of hands. They may
No.
want to respond to you.
Yeah, I'll wait for unless unless they have questions for me, I'll wait for the hands and then I'll just quietly dip out. But and I wanted to thank everyone up here. Jen, thank you, of course. I love you. I have something coming for you. Aaron, you're my peanut butter to my jelly, and I love you. And Robert Bose, thank you for your expertise. And then the panel, Walt, you asked amazing questions, and thank you for the work that you do. So yeah, we can go to hands, and then I'll just quietly dip out.
All right. Thanks, Sav. All right, JP, you went up first, and I'm coming to you, Kev, after that. Go ahead, JP.
Thanks. I'll be quick. I just I want to provide a kind of like a caution to us because as we identify this nefarious behavior, which is very broad ranging, and to me seems like it comes from. I mean, you heard my comment before. I think Washington D.C. played an integral role in coordinating with these swing states in the big districts with the most votes. I think that there was more to this than just individual state parties and state actors. But a as this problem is revealed, I want us to all realize that the solution that will be presented to us is nationalized elections. And I just want to caution everybody that when we start to hear elected officials, especially from Washington, D.C., say that the only way to cure all of these election irregularities and all of these problems with state voting, that the only way to resolve it is to have nationalized systems and nationalized elections, I am going to oppose that. And I think Robert mentioned it when he came up, that the best solution is in-person paper ballots, that there's a record and we can count, because we know what Washington, D.C. does. They create problems and then they offer themselves as the solution. And frankly, everything they touch goes to shit. Everything turns into a dumpster fire. I don't trust them. I think the biggest strength of our elections in this country are the 50 individual jurisdictions, as long as they do it truthfully and honorably. We're going to hear elected officials say that we need to centralize our elections, and I want to warn you all, that's going to come, and we all need to be very cautious about that.
Well, and I'm gonna get to the hands, and then Savvy's gonna go. I'm actually gonna read page 35 from the document I was talking about called "The Count," and it speaks to a lot of this. This is not going to just be nationalized elections; it's going to be an argument for throwing out the Electoral College. So, I agree. That is what it'll morph into for sure. Before we go any further, though, Kevin, go ahead.
Yeah, no, honestly, you guys did great work tonight, and thank you so much for doing that. I know so many people, they hear this black pill crap from so many people, and to know that there actually is light at the end of the tunnel is nice to hear. You know, I preach that stuff all the time. Guys, get active, and anybody that's out there telling you that voting doesn't matter and it's all rigged and whatever you do doesn't matter, like, turn those people off, because they're not helping the situation. They're only making it worse, and it drives me nuts, because those are people that are accepting defeat and they're accepting loss, and they're not doing anything to better the situation. In a couple weeks, I'm driving like 6 hours into Pennsylvania to help Scott Pressler register voters in Pennsylvania, a state I don't live in, a state I don't live remotely close to in. And I'm Pennsylvania getting a Republican governor will not help me in any way, shape, or form. But it's so important to do. If you guys live in a place that has like a solid red congressman, if you live on the panhandle of Florida and there's a way for you to maybe go to a neighboring county, there are people out there looking for help. I promise you that. Like, here on Long Island, we got our 4 congressmen, now only 3 because the rest of them are idiots. But now we're going out of state to go get work done. And I know not everybody can do that all the time, but there's always something you can do, whether it's for a school board, right the way up to a president, if you're willing to put in the work. I might be headed down to Georgia in 2 months or in like a month and a half to go to a NASCAR event to register voters with Scott. We're still working out the details on that. Like, sure, that's going to be a hell of a lot of fun, but there are smaller ways you guys can do this on your local level. So I want to thank you guys all for just inspiring people and being the voice of reason when there's a lot of grifters out there, a lot of the black pill. Watch my ads for Manscaped and all these ridiculous companies that people have podcasts telling you that the world is ending. So thank you guys so much. And don't listen to those black pill people. They suck. They're useless. They've never actually achieved anything. Giddy up. Let's go.
Let's go, Kevin. And actually, I know Savvy's going to want to respond to this because she has upcoming activities of where she's doing exactly what you just suggested. Go ahead, Sav.
Yes. So, myself, I think Scotty P's going to come to one. Heather, we have volunteers, but we will be registering voters at the Cartersville Gun Expo gun show and the big Atlanta Gun Expo. So that will be a chance for us again to register voters. And voter education. I will also need, and if you're in Georgia, that helps a lot. If you're in and around my area, um, we will be vetting volunteers to actually for Team Trump to make some calls for Iowa caucuses and for New Hampshire. Um, that's really cool. That was a part of our one of the topics during our strategy meeting tonight before this space. Um, so yeah, so I'll be again in Cartersville on January 20th and 21st. And then I will be in Atlanta on February 18th, the night 17th, 18th, 18th, 19th. I can't remember which. Um, yeah, registering people to vote. So if you are in and around those areas and you want to volunteer to help us out, we would absolutely love it. And it's a gun show. Yes, please give me more. But also, anyone in the South, make sure your weekends are kind of free in March. That's all I can say.
Yeah, Sav, I was talking to Scott about that. I don't know if I can do a whole week away financially,
Hmm.
but I'm gonna see if I can swing it.
Yes, there is. Well, March with, of course, the NASCAR, absolutely, because that kicks off in March. But
I
also
think that
there is a something also in March.
I
But
think the NASCAR thing is a week after your gun show.
oh, is it okay? Cool.
Yeah, it's like the next weekend. So I was talking to Scott. I was thinking
Yeah,
maybe I'll come
there
down
is.
for the week. I'll see if I can. We'll see.
We can help. We can get you somewhere, Kev. Don't
All right,
worry.
I'll text
But
you. We'll
there's
figure it out.
also a big event. I cannot say anymore, but I'm sure you know exactly what I'm talking about. Coming in March, probably like the first weekend in March, I would think, because our primaries are March 12th. Um, yeah, so can't wait for that. So that's the next 3 months thus far. So the schedule she is packing up.
And if anybody is in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Scott and I will be at the great. I think it's called the Great American Outdoor Show, doing voter registration. I think it's the 3rd through the 11th. That's in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So if anyone's in the area, uh, come meet me and Scott so you can see the two most differently shaped people on planet Earth.
All
Yo,
right.
I swear, every time I interview Scott, I'm like, yo, if aliens came down, they would be like, okay, why does this one look like that, and why does that one look so different? We're like a different species.
All right,
Okay,
Sav.
I feel terribly left out. I can't hear Kevin. Haven't heard anything. I should be laughing. I'm gonna drop down. Bring me back up, please. Thank you.
I got you. I got you. I got you.
I'm kind of mad she missed it. Now I got to call myself short and fat twice.
Yeah, yeah. You're gonna have to do that. I'll handle it though. I'll give a glowing review, a recap, if you will. That
It's not fat. It's thick. It's
nah,
it's
listen,
it's New
listen,
York.
listen. I listen. We don't do any body shaming in this space. We can maybe have a red pill manosphere fake space in the future. We can do the body shaming, but not here today, and not here to talk about calendar gate
And not
either.
here
So
at
we're not going to.
Hooters, okay? Like alpha males do not belong at Hooters. That is my PSA for the room all the time. Don't listen to certain alpha males, quote unquote, who might tell you differently.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Savvy, thank you for hosting this with me regarding Georgia. You brought so much
Yeah.
insight and firsthand frontline knowledge. And again, if you guys aren't following her, I don't know why you're not. But her and Heather are working on some big things, registering voters outside of these events coming up, and obviously Team Trump, Trump 2024. So thank you, hon. I appreciate you today.
Thank you guys. Have a great night. And I'm sure I will see you in the Wild West known as Twitter X tomorrow. All right. Love you guys. Trump
Love you,
24.
Savvy.
Love you,
And
Jay.
people
And
people
what?
think we're winding down the space. You're out of your
Oh, yeah,
mind.
no. He's
It,
just getting started with his bite sized pieces.
bite-sized pieces, if you will, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
All
All
right,
right, here
with that, I bid you adieu. Good night.
I bid you adieu.
It's you. Okay, bye, y'all.
I do to you and you and
So
you.
long, farewell, Avita, saying good night, goodbye, goodbye.
Nice.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Fun fact: I was Louisa in The Sound of Music in a play.
A fun fact. Fun fact. I was a singer. I was in chorus. I was in choir in school, and every year for Christmas we would sing the entire catalog of Sound of Music. So like Edelweiss and all these things. I actually could sing at one point. Maybe one of these days I'll actually sing for you guys, and you're like, wait a minute, what's happening? Like, why is this raccoon, this trash panda, having a voice? All right, guys, we
Why
are
is this trash panda singing anti-Nazi songs?
yeah, exactly. All right, guys, we're moving into phase 2 of the space. Buckle up. So up in the chat, down in the nest, down in the chat, up in the nest. Um, a great account known as FOIA Fan put out an access to court listener documents, and basically, so Ray Epps. I'll give you guys kind of the skinny on the fat here. So Ray Epps' sentencing memorandum was filed today. The feds treated the conspiracy theories against Epps as grounds for a reduced sentence. So essentially, what they did was they said basically the FBI said, okay, we're actually going to give you a reduced sentence because of all the hate and all of the conspiracy theories surrounding you in the media and the public. So we're going to give you a reduced sentence. Like, right, that's bad enough. Like, I can go through those documents. That's bad enough. But Ray Epps, in supplement to this case, that basically the feds are giving him a very reduced sentence. He actually requested these documents, internal documents regarding the lead up, the lack of, or the justification of them not investigating him internally. And we have those documents. So I'm actually going to go over those because I think it's very telling. Yeah, Jen, go ahead.
Hey, Trash, I know pretty much everybody in this space probably knows who Ray Epps is, but if you're not good with names or you don't remember, Ray Epps was the guy who was outside of the JW Marriott on January 5th, yelling around Baked Alaska that we had to go into the Capitol. Those were his words. And then he is also the guy who whispered into Ryan Samsel's ear when they tore the barricades down on January 6th. So he's the guy who was supposedly the undercover Fed boy. But as Trash likes to say, we think that he was a Democrat operative that was used by the federal FBI.
Yeah, I think me personally, I think that he was a federal operative. This is just my opinion, but I think he was a Fed operative because, actually, I'm going to tell you why. Because initially I probably thought he was a Fed, right? Like, how did he get off? And he's probably a confidential human source at some point. Um, Once they came to him and they realized the group that I believe that he was working with. So I'm actually going to break that down. So I put out a thread back in July of this year. And the reason I put out this thread was because I saw the lawsuit against Fox News regarding Ray Epps. And when I looked up the documents, I discovered that his attorney on record for the lawsuit against Fox News for defamation was Michael Teeter. Now, you guys may not understand why Michael Teeter is so important, but I'll tell you this. I don't know if you guys are familiar with what's called the 65 Project. The 65 Project, under David Brock and Michael Teeter, there's this group of attorneys that essentially they went after any attorney that was representing election challenges in 2020, including Jenna Ellis. This is where Jenna Ellis got attacked. Whether you like her or not, that's not for me to talk about. I don't personally have a problem with her. I just don't like her social media stuff, but it doesn't really matter to me. I don't really care. What I do care about and what I do support Jenna on is that Michael Teeter and the 65 Project went after her to get her disbarred for representing election challenges in 2020. And this same 65 Project that Michael Teeter is the executive director of not only went after any election challenges by Trump and anyone associated in that camp in 2020, but he also went after people representing people on January 6th. Matter of fact, I actually spoke with the attorney out here in Maricopa County that was representing Kerry Lake on election challenges. And he did confirm to me that 65 Project is actually coming after him in Maricopa County out here. So if the Michael Teeter, the same Michael Teeter is the managing director of the 65 Project, basically going after anybody that's America First, represents Ray Epps in a lawsuit against Fox News post Tucker Carlson settlement with Dominion, it raises some questions, right? And so I put together this thread because I discovered it, and I put who Michael Teeter was, a screenshot of his Twitter profile. I put in the 65 Project profile. I put in the David Brock memo that was created in 2017 about fighting Trump all the way up through to 2020 elections. I put in the 2022-2024 Facts First USA memo, where they put out establishing Facts First USA, which is like a fact-checking org that like CNN and everybody uses. Michael Teeter is the executive director of that group. And while I was exposing this, and I put up the original court documents, I put up Facts First USA documents, I put up the memo that David Brock put out. The same David Brock that started Media Matters in conjunction with like Norm Eisen, who started Crew, who is going after Trump right now in Colorado and Maine and many of these other states, trying to get him removed from the ballot. These same people are representing Ray Epps in a defamation suit against Fox News. And so I put this thread out and we had a space about it. And I took screenshots with Michael Teeter, his face on the Facts First website. And when I went back, they had scrubbed it within 24 hours. Thankfully, luckily, Name Redacted had an archive of it, so they can't remove it. But in that thread, I also have Rep. Troy Nehls. I have a clip from Rep. Troy Nehls. And Troy Nehls, basically in Congress, asked the question, where is Ray Epps? And this was back, like I said, I put this thread together back in July. This hearing that was in Congress was much before then. So to catch the room up, just in case you guys don't know who Ray Epps is before I get into these FBI files. It's about a 3-minute clip, Jen. I'm going to go ahead and play it for the room, for the recording as well. And so you can hear all the evidence and questions regarding Ray Epps on January 6th. Let me go ahead and play that now.
I want to turn my attention now to this fella, this character, Mr. Ray Epps. We've all heard of him. We've heard of Mr. Ray Epps. He was number 16 on your FBI most wanted list. He was encouraging people the night prior and the day of to go into the Capitol. And Mr. Ray Epps can be seen at the first breach of Capitol grounds at approximately 12:50 p.m. Play the clip, please.
We need to go into the Capitol.
That's Ray Epps.
Into the Capitol. What? We are going to the Capitol, where our problems are. It's that direction. Please spread the word. All right, no, Dave, but one more thing.
Yeah, so can we go up there? No?
When we go in,
are we going to get arrested if we go up there?
You don't need to get shot.
Arrest us.
So right now, what we're seeing, like you guys are just hearing a bunch of commotion, but what you're seeing is Ray Epps at the front line of them pushing through the bike racks and basically pushing into the Capitol grounds. So all the commotion that you're hearing is actually Ray Epps on the front line with these people pushing through. So I'll keep playing.
There he is, breaching the line, going in at the first breach into the Capitol grounds, a restricted area. Mr. Ray, you have arrested hundreds of people related to January 6th. And there have been people arrested for breaching Capitol grounds. Couey Griffin is an example. Rachel Genko is an example. And then we go to Mr. Brandon Strecka. Brandon was arrested for disorderly and disruptive conduct, which included yelling, I quote, "Go, go, go," as rioters tried to empty the Capitol. These three never went into the Capitol. They never assaulted anyone. So let's be honest with each other. There is very little difference between the actions of Ray Epps and Brandon Strecka that day, but yet Strecka was arrested and Epps wasn't. Epps also testified to the January 6th committee. He was back at his hotel when video evidence showed that he wasn't. He lied. He was on the Capitol grounds just as Brandon Strecka was. Epps even texted his nephew at 2:12 p.m. and said, I quote, "I was in the front with a few others." It was on the video. I also orchestrated it. Now look into the camera, sir, when you answer my next question. Are you going to arrest Mr. Epps, yes or no?
I'm not going to engage here in a discussion about individual people who are or are not going to be prosecuted.
Can I get a commitment? You just watched the video. I'm an old law dog. I understand a little bit about probable cause. He did very little. There was very little difference what he did and Mr. Strecka. You can see him. He's encouraging. I almost think he's inciting a riot. He's encouraging people the night prior to go into the Capitol. The day of, go into the Capitol. And he was at the first breach. And he breached the restricted area. Everybody, a lot of people getting arrested for not going into the Capitol, but they're in the restricted area. But yeah, Ray Epps, who many people feel fed, right? And there's a lot of clout over this. So my point is this. You arrested a lot of folks for unlawful activity. You just saw the video. And I will tell you, Mr. Ray, if you don't arrest Mr. Epps, there's a reason behind it. I believe you know what it is. And it appears to me you are protecting this guy. I strongly recommend you get your house back in order. With that, I yield back.
Troy Nell's going scorched earth on Christopher Wray. So he's actually has Christopher Wray up at a hearing, and that's what you're hearing. So he basically put this presentation together. He showed all the video. And in the beginning, when he said, we need to go into the Capitol, and the guy goes, what? That was Baked Alaska. Baked Alaska is obviously a J6 defendant. And this video on January 5th, talking about Ray Epps, is telling everybody, our problems are in the Capitol. We need to go in the Capitol. That's what the video was that you saw. You're listening to Troy Nels right here, basically grilling FBI Director Christopher Wray. And so I just wanted to paint that picture before we go into what the FBI internal communications were regarding Ray Epps. Did you guys want to add anything before I continue on?
No, I mean, it's just that Ray Epps is literally one of the only people on before January 6th that was saying to go into the Capitol. He said it multiple times. And then what's come out in reporting since, Baked Alaska's a good friend. I did invite him to see if he wanted to come in and say anything. But Ray Epps was actually photographed with him multiple times before January 6th, as if he was like following him or something at multiple locations. So there's a lot of questions surrounding Ray Epps and what his actual job was.
Yeah, Robert, I saw you unmute as well. Go ahead.
So I think it was the Laura Logan hour-long J6 video just came out over the holidays here. They cited Ray Epps at several of he was leading the breach at several of the flashpoints. And then second point is I've seen a Facebook Live video of Ray Epps at a McDonald's, like probably at 5:30, and near his hotel. But so he was, I think he was just getting back. So I think that corroborates that he lied when Troy Nell said he lied about being in his hotel during some of the late part. I think he was. We have a Facebook live video that proves he's lying.
No, absolutely. And like I said, so a lot of the videos that you guys could not see, Troy Nels was showing how Ray Epps was on the front line, pushing the bike racks, going with the breach, saying our problems are in the Capitol. It's not out here. It's in the Capitol. We need to go in. And he's on the front lines of all these different breaches and these bike racks and these nonsense barriers. Like if anybody has been DC in the last few years, you guys have seen the proper fencing that they put up post January 6th, of course. But you watch all this, and that was Ray Epps. And so when I look at these documents, right, and I look at these documents, and I've seen people that were falsely investigated, that were falsely charged, that were thrown in the DC gulag. None of them had the audio and video that Ray Epps had, and so it raised a lot of questions. And people are like, "Oh, he's a Fed." But I kind of pointed out, if Michael Teeter's representing him in a defamation case, he was probably an operative, because that's exactly who David Brock, Michael Teeter, Norm Eisen, and all these people are. They're Democrat operatives, right? I mean, David Brock, if you didn't know anything about Media Matters in 2003 or 2002 or 4, when they were going after RFK then, you do know that David Brock was famous for bragging of how he got Bernie Sanders completely tanked so Hillary can run through the DNC. These are Democrat operatives. They pretend to be Republicans or former Republicans, and now they're anti-Trump or whatever. These are Democrat operatives out of the Hillary camp. And so you have questions. I'm like, why would a person out of this group that's going after everybody who makes challenges to the elections, anybody that makes challenges to January 6th defendants, would be defending Ray Epps? It's almost positive to me that I believe that he's an operative, in my opinion, or paid at least, became an FBI confidential human source after he was approached by the FBI, being put on the FBI's most wanted list and then removed summarily afterwards. And so it leads me to this. And so now you have these really, really weak case against Ray Epps coming finally from the FBI. And during this submission of this case, apparently, Ray Epps' team actually sought within the internal FBI documents about their entire history on the case and investigation or lack thereof against Ray Epps. And I have those documents, and that's what I'm going to go in right now. So before I get into these documents, if you guys want to add anything to it, but this is new stuff, and we are about to go through it. And I'm about to show you the willingness or lack thereof of the FBI to actually do anything about Ray Epps, and it's damning.
Let's go, said in trash voice.
All right, let's go. Okay. Well, let me make sure these documents are easily accessible. So up in the nest, the very first on the right, it's going to take you to a link to Ray Epps' sentencing memorandum filed today. If you scroll down through that thread, you're going to see, whoa, Ray Epps put in his own sentencing memo, including these FBI materials. They initially did not want to prosecute him at all. Hat Tip Walk of Fire. So Hat Tip Walk of Fire, am I following them? I need to follow them. This apparently goes out to them. So this document, there's about 8 pages here. And so Exhibit 1, filed by the Ray Epps criminal legal team, and it shows his address. Everybody knows it in Queen Creek. It's about 45 minutes from me where I live, but I know where that's at. And so I'm just going to start reading the documents. This is crazy. These are the internal FBI information. So, summary: evidence supports the subject Epps knowingly trespassed beyond an outside barricade fence line around the U.S. Capitol building on January 6, 2021. Thus far, no evidence has been found indicating Epps was inside the Capitol. No evidence has been found indicating Epps was involved in the destruction of property, and no evidence has been found indicating Epps was involved in law enforcement altercation. Well, the videos that I just played, the audio that you just heard, would disagree with you. But okay, here we go. So they're saying this is internal FBI documents, evidence. A video posted to Twitter on or about 1/5/2021 depicted an individual resembling Epps being interviewed on the street by Baked Alaska, which we were just talking about, in what appears to be Washington, D.C. During the interview, the individual resembling Epps states, quote, "In fact, tomorrow, I don't even like to say it because I'll be arrested, but I'll say it, we need to go into the Capitol." Well, I played that audio for you guys. Number 2, a video posted to Twitter on or about January 6, 2021 depicted an individual resembling Epps among other protesters at a barricade, which is what I just described, with law enforcement outside of the U.S. Capitol building. Other individuals appear to begin violently breaking past the barricade fencing. The individual resembling Epps appears to present during the time of his breach, but does not appear in the video to be engaged in the forceful acts of breaching the fencing. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. On or about 1/12/2021, an article posted on AZ Central, which is our local Arizona reporting place. AZ Central, an article 1/12, included an interview of Epps, who allegedly told the Arizona Republic during a brief telephone interview that he had traveled to the Capitol for the event and that it had been advised by an attorney not to speak about it. You guys remember this? He was sitting in a golf cart, and they went to basically his property here in Arizona at Queen Creek, and he was sitting in a golf cart. And basically, they said they were interviewing him, asking him why he went to the Capitol, and he'd been advised by an attorney not to talk about it. He said, I think the truth needs to get out, but he said, I didn't do anything wrong. I don't know if you guys remember this. Yeah, Jen, go ahead.
I remember it. Trash, is it normal for the FBI to, I mean, they obviously identified Baked Alaska. Why are they saying is the person is resembling Ray Epps? Are they trying to be like it's a Ray Epps impersonator, like a body double might not be the actual Ray
No,
Epps, we're not really sure.
no, it's like room for it's room for interpretation. We assume this is Ray Epps, but we don't know for sure, so we can't speak black and white. It could be like a double. It could be AI. It could be all these things. Like they're just leaving that up for interpretation because it's just like it's bureaucracy speak, right? I mean, we saw the video. We know, right? We know that's Ray Epps, but it's government speak. All right, yeah, I understand, but I also think that it's intentionally done with the FBI, that they can leave any kind of room they can try to work in, any kind of gray area they can work in, and say, "Are we really sure that that's actually Ray Epps?" Yeah, Walt, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, this is all part of the psyop that they've been running for a while now. This censorship machine, they design the language that they use for everything so that it's open to interpretation. They want to make sure it's always ambiguous so they can always just kind of weasel their way out of it. And we've just seen that time and time and time and time again.
100%. All right, guys. Let's see. We've got we still got 600 people in here rocking with us. Let's go because this is about to get spicy. All right, here we go.
Retweet the space.
Let's go. Like I've been wanting to do this for like 2 days, and like Epstein, we kind of had to address that yesterday. So we had that like massive. I think like 300,000 people came to that space yesterday. It was insane. So we did that space yesterday. I had to do it, but I've been trying to get to the voter fraud report that Trump team released and this Ray Epps FBI FOIA stuff. This is insane. All right, here we go. Are you guys ready? Let's buckle up. Additional video appearing on social media depicts an individual resembling Epps, here we are again, at a barricade in which he breached, but then shortly thereafter shows the individual resembling Epps walking past the barricade to the Capitol. Additional video appearing on social media depicts an individual resembling Epps in a crowd outside of Capitol building steps. Epps appears to be coughing after the deployment of OC spray or tear gas and states, quote, "It's been a long time. Oh, I love it. It's been a long time," after he's quoting from all the tear gas or something. Like even the FBI noted this. I've never heard that, never seen that. But apparently Ray Epps has history with OC spray or tear gas, whatever. Additional video appearing on social media depicts an individual resembling Epps who appears to be answering questions from an interviewer in D.C. on January 6, 2021. The individual resembling Epps states, quote, "As soon as President Trump is finished speaking, we're going to the Capitol." It's that direction. That's where our true problems lie. Actually, let's talk about that for a minute, because actually Ray Epps was breaching barriers before Trump was done talking, and he was not there. And I'm glad Derek joined us, but let me read that one more time just so we're clear. Additional video appearing on social media depicts an individual resembling Epps who appears to be answering questions from an interviewer in D.C. on January 6, 2021. The individual resembling Epps states, quote, "As soon as President Trump is finished speaking, we're going to the Capitol." It's that direction. That's where our true problems lie. That audio actually played on what I played earlier. The video then cuts to the individual resembling Epps. They keep calling him the individual resembling Epps. This is driving me nuts. I'm just going to say Epps from now on. This is driving me crazy. The video then cuts to Epps on a sidewalk outside of the D.C. Mall with the National Museum of African American History visible in the background, where he appears to be directing crowds of people and saying, "President Trump is done speaking. We're going to the Capitol. That's where our problems are," end quote. Additional video appearing on social media depicts an individual resembling Epps. Oh my God. Standing in front of a truck with his hands to his mouth, yelling to the crowd, "We're going to the Capitol. That's where our problems are. It's that direction." On January 8th, an individual identifying himself as James Epps, Jesus Christ. On January 8th, 2021, Epps called the FBI National Threat Operations Center, NTOC. In this recorded call, Epps stated his picture is on the FBI website as a person of interest in regards to the events at the U.S. Capitol. Oh, no. Now they go to Epps clarified he's, quote, photograph number 16. Epps stated that he was at the Capitol on January 6th and was trying to calm down a protester at the barricade where the photograph was taken. Epps stated other people got through the barricade shortly after, including the protester he attempted to calm down. Epps explained he was down at the rally and then told people they're going to the Capitol afterwards. In a recorded call, Epps reiterated he was attempting to calm people down and remind them that they were there because of the Constitution. Epps explained that he got to the Capitol and people began shaking a fence outside of the Capitol. Epps observed other force the fence and an officer fell down. Epps stated that it moved on up, and the next thing he knew, They were on the top. Looking at the Capitol, Epps was on the right-hand side. Epps reiterated he kept trying to calm people down. Epps admitted to observing others tearing things up, but stated, quote, "That's not in my DNA. I can't do that. I'm sorry. That's not right," end quote. Epps explains he was talking to the officers and then saw that he was trying to calm people down. Epps goes on to state, quote, "I'm guilty of being there and probably trespassing, but I had a reason. I was trying to calm them down. I wanted to be there, and I was trying to calm them down." Before I get to the officer worn body cam, and Derek joins us as well, who is a J6er running for Congress. Good to see you, Derek. Do you know how much bullshit that is? Because the video and the audio that I just played is quite the opposite. Not only is it on January 5th, and Bake Alaska starts calling him a Fed, saying we need to go into the Capitol on January 5th. But on January 6th, he's saying the same things. We need to go into January 6th. That's where our problems are. We also saw the video where they're breaking down the barrier. He's right there involved. He's pushing through the crowd, all these things. And he's telling everybody that he was there to calm things down. That's not what we saw. That's not what we heard. That's what all the video says. But that's when Ray Epps called once he was added to the FBI most wanted list. And he said, wow, oh, yeah, of course I was there. And, maybe trespassing, but I was there to calm people down. That's not what the video shows. I don't know, Derek, do you want to add to this before I keep going? Do you know what documents I'm going through right now?
No, man, I've been busy today and just kind of hopped on Twitter and saw this and was like, "Holy crap, man!" And so I jumped in here. And a couple things I'll say is, number one, I'm kind of, sad that they arrested me so quickly. I never got my name on the FBI most wanted list. It'd be kind of a cool thing to say at this point because they arrested me January 8th, 2 days after January 6th. So they never even had time to even make a list by the time they arrested me. But I'll say that. To the point of all this, when you watch my video of what I did that day, I really was reminding people to be peaceful and nonviolent and non-destructive. That didn't matter to them. And then, it's fascinating because when you look at my charging documents and everybody involved in January 6th for that matter, I'm not unique to this. 90% of us, I would say, were charged and convicted based on things that we said leading up to January 6th and on January 6th. And so I think that's important context given everything you're saying here. When we're talking about the things that Ray Epps is saying on the 5th and on the 6th and on video saying that, and then he goes to the Capitol and this guy never, gets in any serious trouble. I think that's important context for people to know when you look at our charging documents of J6ers. It was things we said that day and memes and hashtags and stuff we shared leading up to January 6th. Nothing that we really did that day. And so if we're going to be charged and convicted on things that we said, why is this guy who appears to look like Ray Epps getting a special pass?
The guy that appears to resemble Ray Epps. That's like there's nothing more FBI like government speak than a guy resembling Ray Epps. So the only time that they reference Ray Epps specifically and not saying a guy that resembles Ray Epps is when they're talking about the phone call for him calling into the FBI saying, "Why am I on the FBI's most wanted list? All I did was like walk around, bro." And so like it's kind of crazy, Derek. Like that's a really point. I actually sent this to you. So what this is, Derek, and for people that maybe have just joined, this is what Ray Epps' criminal defense attorneys had actually submitted as an exhibit into this, fake and stupid um, charges that are coming from the FBI. They submitted this as evidence saying that, like, okay, so like the entire time the FBI has done these interviews, they've compiled this images, they've got this video, and they basically decided not to charge him at that time, right? So this is in 2021. All this is the internal communications and all of the file about Ray Epps, and then they determined at the end of all of this not to charge him with anything. Meanwhile, you've got people that walked in through an open door that they were waved in by Capitol Police, waved a little American flag, and walked through velvet ropes, and they were put in the DC gulag. That's why this is so
Well, it's
important.
trash, and then you have people like Coy Griffin and Brandon Straka who never even went in the building either, and then they were
Right.
they were charged and thrown in prison and thrown in, all of us were thrown in solitary confinement, and then you got this
Right.
guy who is getting off scot free. People asked me early on about Ray Epps, and I'm saying the same thing now as I said then. To me, in my opinion, he's a Fed until proven otherwise because he's getting very special treatment from this government compared to the rest of us.
100%. And actually, some of the stuff that I've exposed and I talked about earlier in the space, I thought he was a Fed for a long time. It turns out, I think, and I'm not sure, but what it looks like, the evidence would point to, and it would be that he was probably like a Democrat operative for like David Brock, Norm Eisen, Michael Teeter, all these guys. That's why Michael Teeter is actually representing him, the 65 Project guy. That's why they're representing him in the lawsuit against Fox News for defamation, even though we have all the evidence. It seems like he then became a confidential human source with the FBI. And then that's where he basically was an operative for the Dems. They realized who he was. He became a confidential human source. And now they're trying to let him off scot free. And we're all screaming about the guy. That's the
Trash.
evidence.
Can you confirm something? Can you confirm something for me? Because you guys got to
Yeah,
remember, for me, it's crazy. For me right now, because someone who was arrested and went to prison for January 6th. Like, there's people like you probably know a lot more about January 6th as a whole, because I was fighting for my freedom for so long and just
exactly.
trying to
Exactly.
keep my
Yeah.
family intact. So from what I remember, I vaguely remember, I felt that he was on the FBI most wanted list, and then they abruptly removed him and quietly removed him off that list. Is that correct, or did I make that up?
Correct. Correct. Now, and matter of fact, what I just reviewed and what I'm about to review even more was specifically what I just read was on January 8th. He actually called in the FBI. So I'll read this to you again so you understand. So on January 8th, 2021, an individual identifying himself as James says, okay, Epps, called the FBI National Threat Operations Center, the NTOC. In this recorded call, Epps stated his pictures on the FBI website as a person of interest in regards to the events at the U.S. Capitol. Epps clarified he's photograph number 16, end quote. Epps stated he was on the Capitol January 6th and was trying to calm down a protester at the barricade where the photograph was taken. So he called into the FBI on January 8th and said, why am I on this FBI National Threat Operations Center most wanted list? And at that point, I believe that's where he became cooperating. And at that point, I think that's when they removed him. And then at that point, he became a confidential human source, participating in any way he could, giving any testimony he could. But the whole time leading up to January 8th being placed on the National Threat Operations Center, he was probably an operative that was paid for by David Brock, Michael Teeter, Norm Eisen, and all these people as an instigator. That's how I've arrived at my own opinion. It's kind of crazy, Barrick, and
Well,
that's
this
where I,
this is wild, man. I mean, this is more than crazy. I mean, I'm just sitting here. It's funny because it's January 8th, and like I'm sitting here thinking I'm in handcuffs, shackled in a cell, and this guy's becoming an informant of some sort. And once again, they are out for blood on all the J6ers. So the fact that this guy's been getting special treatment from the beginning is just, because you got to remember, he was somebody who went mainstream. This wasn't somebody who flew under the radar. He was all over national TV the same way that I was early on, and so he got the special treatment. And so I've been suspicious of him from the get go.
and
Just to
all
clarify, Derek, why you were shackled at the DC or whatever gulag you were at, Ray Epps was calling to get his name removed from the FBI most wanted list. So there's that.
Yeah, the irony, they're here raiding my home in front of my kids and everything, and plastering my name all over national news and media, and this guy is just getting off, like you said, calling in and getting the special treatment. And for the record, I reached out on the 7th to, because you guys have to remember, I live streamed everything that day. And then when I hit end on my Facebook live stream, it had over 1 million views instantly. And so it went viral super quick because I was an elected legislator. That's why all the media picked it up. And so I was the original, one of the main faces of January 6th. And so I was a little nervous. I wasn't necessarily nervous that I did anything to deserve 24 years in prison like they try to do to me, but I was nervous that they might want to question me or something. So we reached out to them and said, hey, I got a local attorney who reached out and said, hey, representing this guy. He's an elected official here. He's a dad and a young family. Don't kick in their door at 6 a.m. and scare him. If you guys want to talk to this guy, give us a call. We'd be more than happy. He's already said he'd be willing to come in and cooperate with you guys, like talk to you guys, answer whatever questions you have. And so it's fascinating once again that Epps is on the list. He calls him and they just remove his name from the list. Sorry, man, my bad. And then for me, I call him and say, hey, if you guys want to, I'm all over national media. Jimmy Kimmel and all these people are talking about me right now. If you guys want to talk to me, let me know. And they just ghost me. And then 2 days, and then the next day they come in and raid my home and rip me away from my family. It's just, I'm mind blown right now hearing all this.
Yeah, and so Derek, just so you know, so basically, okay, so Ray Epps, we know like the feds have filed like a fake case against him. Essentially, they're going to try to soften the blow, whatever. And so the attorneys are trying to bolster Ray Epps' case. And so what they did was they obtained these documents from the FBI and then and presented them as evidence in their case to protect him from any kind of fake criminal prosecution. And essentially, what we're reading right now are those documents that were submitted on January 2nd of 2024 this year by Ray Epps' legal team into this case. So like it's one thing we can break down the case, we can break it down. But where these documents are coming from were actually filed on Ray Epps' behalf, showing that the FBI had all of this information and then said, yeah, it's non-starter. We're not going to investigate it. It's fine. It's no big deal. And now he's like, well, why am I being prosecuted if you told me it was no big deal in 2021 and you had all this information? I did these interviews. I made these phone calls. I've got this body cam footage that I'm about to go over right now. And then now you guys want to charge me? And so he's like now coming at this with his attorneys saying, why am I being charged criminally at all? Like, you guys let me off when you did your investigation. It was a non starter, as I see in these documents. Why are you
Well,
charging?
I'm not taking up for him, but to his point,
No,
I
but
mean, he's got a
yeah.
leg to stand on there for sure.
He does. That's the point. And so now, like Epps' law team and himself are going full scorched earth, which is why, again, it leads to, and listen, I'm not a Ray Epps fan, but I'm saying that like it leads to the credence that he was a Democrat operative that was probably hired or paid or whatever, an instigator by like David Brock and Norm Eisen and all these people. And with the agreement that the FBI would not investigate as long as he like riled up the crowd and forced them into the barricades and whatever. And now he's pissed that he's getting investigated and prosecuted at all when he doesn't understand the assignment, that he's getting let off with a sweetheart deal. So he submits these documents that the FBI gave him, and now it's public information, and that's what I'm reading. It's so I can't even begin to unpack how fucking hilarious this is. But Jen, go ahead. Not
Listen, he
wait. Not hilarious at all. I really hate what's happened to January 6th people, including Brandon Strzok and Derek and
We know what you meant, Trash. You ain't got
okay,
to worry about that, man. You've already proven multiple times.
all
We know
right.
where you stand, brother. No worries
Thanks,
there.
man. Thanks, man. Sorry.
dude, Ray Epps, all right? He made a deal with the mafia, and the mafia is not keeping up their end of the bargain. Now he's pissed. All right. So, like, that's what's happening here. Like, he should have not made the deal with the mafia in the first place because that's literally how these people are acting, right? Is that they offered this to him, like, yo, go do this. You're not going to get in trouble. Everything will be fine. You know what? We'll do a little investigation. You got no problems. We'll say, have a nice day. You go on your merry way. And now they're turning around and charging this guy after he was told he was all right. And like now he's pissed. And now we get to see all of the inside guts of what actually happened, which proves the FBI was compliant the whole time.
I'm not laughing. I'm laughing at the ridiculousness. Like I have to be very cautious about this because I've been so involved and like so in the middle of all of this. It's like when I laugh, it's a dark laugh. I don't have
It's
anything to
poetic justice, Trash. Poetic
Trash. I'm
justice.
laughing, man. There's nothing else to do at this point for me. I mean, that's what I mean. There's nothing else to do at this point other than you got to laugh to keep from going crazy at this. I mean, honestly, I mean, I mean, think about this. So at the same time, not just me. I mean, over the last almost 3 years now, they basically said, we're not going to mess with Ray Epps. We've got 70-year-old grandmas who were praying on the Capitol lawn that day. We're going to kick their door in with military tanks and roll through their town and flashbang their families and arrest this person on misdemeanor charges. And from what I know, Ray Epps hasn't even been hit with any felony. I mean, not even the 1512 or any of these felony charges. I mean, so once again, to your point, even though they have officially charged this guy, I mean, he's getting a sweetheart deal from the get go. Who knows what kind of plea offer they're going to make him? But I mean, he's not even being charged with a felony.
right, which is disgusting. Meanwhile, people that weren't even in DC at the time because they sent a text message or a tweet or has some kind of video, or like, hey, like let's talk about Owen Schroyer, a journalist. They're locking up journalists for reporting on stuff. Yeah. Okay. And again, I'm not like trying to like play this off. I hope people listening that you may not know me if you're listening for the first time, guys.
Trash, we appreciate your humor around this, right? Because like there's nothing else we can do at this point. It's happened. And like you're brave enough to stand up here, me too, and Derek and all these other people, right? Brave enough to stand up here and actually do something about it. But you also have to keep the audience entertained. And like at this point, it's so ridiculous. It's so egregious. Like, what the hell else are you going to do but laugh? As long as we do something to change it so it doesn't happen again.
100%, and I agree with you. And I felt like, guys, I wanted to have a space on it, so we postponed the space 2 days in a row. So I was going to have a space about this when it came out because I was like, guys, this in itself is like a 10-hour space of how crazy this is. Then Trump team drops all the voter irregularities and voter fraud report. And I'm like, oh shit, let's go. We're going to have a double space. And then like, unredacted names on Jeffrey Epstein kind of sucked the wind out of the public discourse. But like, guys, no one has seen this before. No one has seen this before until today. And it explains so much. And I think, I don't know, like let's keep going. Like let's get the hands. I'll get to the hands, but guys, this shit is damning. It's up in the nest. It's the very, very first tweet up in the nest. It's entitled by a friend of mine, Foya fan. Whoa, Ray Epps put in his own sentencing memo, including these FBI materials. They initially didn't want to prosecute him at all. FBI did not want to prosecute him. Why? Because I believe as a Democrat operative, Democrats pulled favors and said, hey, FBI, take him off the list. He calls on January 8th saying, why am I on the list? And then he took him down and then tried to find any reason not to prosecute him. And now they have to because of public pressure, because of people like Derek Evans and Brandon Strzok and Trennis Evans and many of these other patriots out here that are fighting, and Helena Gibson, that are fighting for January 6 people. And now they have to actually charge them. So they're going to attempt the same sweetheart deal that David Weiss tried to attempt to give Hunter Biden. It's going to blow up in court, and I'm here for it. But we have to talk about this, and we cannot let the same old stories about Epstein cloud what's actually going on here. Because if the public pressure is big enough, they won't get away with a sweetheart deal to bury all this. And this is why I'm putting my energy into it. So, Walt, go ahead. JP, go ahead. Let me get
Yeah,
back to
I've been barely able to contain this because listening to this. So, Trash, I love coming into your spaces for one reason, because you and I have actually really been on the same beat for a lot of years, even though I didn't know you guys because I was not on Twitter. This right here proves something that I had talked to you about a while back, where I was, in the 2020 election, I infiltrated a group of the extremist Boogaloo people, like the ridiculous, absurd people. These extremists, all of them, most of them actually were feds. And what I did while I was part of that group, while I was infiltrated into their group, I took names down of all the people that I knew were feds because of their interactions and how they actually talked about things. And I'd forgotten all about that and locked it into an encrypted phone. And I just unlocked it like 3 nights ago. And then this drops. I have a huge list of about a half dozen or more names that I all know are feds, and I now am accessing that. But now hearing this data here, I mean, this shows me that everything I need to look into every single one of these names as thorough as I can, because I have all that data now. I mean, this proves that every single one of these people, they were already pre-fed agents. Mike Dunn is one of them. He was an extremist. He led, if anybody remembers the name Mike Dunn, it sounds familiar. He led a group of the Boogaloo people to march around the Virginia state capitol with armed guns. It was a ridiculous thing, but he was a Fed agent, and he admitted that on video and in text that he was working for the FBI. And this just shows that every single one of these people that were part of these extremist groups, they were already all agents. That's why they didn't want to prosecute Epps. It might have been a Democrat operative, might have been one or the other, but he was definitely working for the feds already. And this is fantastic that that this came out today. And man, I'm glad I found that phone a couple days ago.
bro. Like, this is crazy. And I haven't even gotten to the supplemental. I haven't even gotten to the supplemental yet. Like, we're not even through like page 3. Like, do you have any idea how major this is? Oh my God. All right. Jen, go ahead, and then JP.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm beginning to think that the Boogaloo Boys were like a Fed setup to begin with, right? Like they're at their inception, they were in like inceptivized or whatever by the Fed. because like A, they
100%.
came out of nowhere, right? And all of a sudden there was this like boogaloo group who didn't make sense. It was about a bunch of like jack guys in like Hawaiian t-shirts with like like slicked like I don't know, like German Nazi hair. It's like what the hell is going on here? Like who are these people? They kept showing up in these ridiculous outfits and now it makes sense. It's because I think they were like feds to begin with.
That's exactly what they were. I mean, every single one of these people, they sold gear, they had meetings, they had all sorts of stuff. These people were all feds. And I knew that. And a group of us were working inside one of their operations here in Ohio and in Michigan. And we actually got the initial release where they were talking about how the feds had infiltrated and tried to do the Whitmer thing. We knew all that before it even came out. I mean, these people were all feds, every single one of them, and it was an op from the beginning. And Epps, if I'm not mistaken, was part of the Oath Keepers, which is a sub part of one of those.
Get he jump in here.
I just wanted to say that it sounds like Ray Epps got the same deal that Kevin McCarthy had with Nancy Pelosi. He sounds like he was promised a hookup, and that didn't work out so well. But I'm reminded, of Game of Thrones. There was a scene where Queen Cersei was describing what it's like to rule, and she said that it was like sitting in a field plucking up the grass that grows around you. And I'm just thinking that it's really hard to run a tyranny, and Washington, D.C. is doing its best, but eventually all this truth is going to come out. And I just don't know. I hope we're not too late, but I wonder where we go from here. I'm going to be looking to see if this information is reported by the legacy media. I hope it is, but this is some serious shit. I mean, I'm like shook right now listening to this. A little angry, a little scared, happy it's coming out. Like I'm all over the place. So thank you for the information, Trash.
No, absolutely. And again, we've had this space going for I don't know, 3 hours now. And we did the voter fraud, the Trump team voter fraud drop, which was compelling to say the least. And go follow Kaneko the Great. I think he did a great job in threading what happened in the swing states. And we did that. And Sabby was in Georgia and present, and she gave great analysis. Robert Bose is up here on stage, fucking legend. Like this guy has been involved specifically in all of this stuff. Like we had great analysis, but now we're talking about something that also I think bears resemblance. And people are like, why would you blend the two? Because I think it matters. I think it actually matters in the context. Like we see people like Brennan Strzok, Derek Evans, and all these people that have been completely fucked over by the system. And then basically this report, this that was submitted by Ray Epps himself, by his legal team, into his criminal, you know, uh, 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 soft landing deal that he had with the FBI. They wanted nothing to do with investigating him because he became a CHS as a Democrat operative that tried to instigate and force and push the crowd to do something stupid. And when we go over this document, I've been reading on this for 2 days. I've been sharing it out. I've been talking about it. Everybody's like, I don't know, like Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton, like totally crazy, man. Yeah, man, that's crazy. But we kind of knew that. But like, let's talk about what's in this document. There was internal FBI communications of where they determined they didn't want to investigate Ray Epps to begin with. And so, if I move on to the next section real quick, and let me say this: a review of Officer Redacted body worn camera (BWC) footage revealed an individual resembling Epps. Jesus Christ! It revealed Epps visible in a crowd around video timestamp 13/12/44. Shortly thereafter, law enforcement can be heard yelling into the crowd to quote move back. As they moved forward with the fencing, this is the bike racks, all the video we saw at approximately 13:13. Right, so we're talking about what are you talking? 1:13 p.m. A male individual wearing a dark colored quote Bass Pro Shop shirt and a dark colored beanie yelling at the officers quote don't fucking push me. At the officers, he states quote hey guys, they're not the enemy. They're not the enemy. Shortly thereafter, the individual resembling Epps. Oh my god. Epps looks towards one of the officers and states, I appreciate you guys. So, like, he nodded to the officers, whatever. A review of the camera, like, you guys can, we've already seen the video. All right, here we go. This is where it gets a little juicy. So, on January 12th of 2021, FBI Phoenix field office received notification of a legal representation from Redacted for Ray Epps. On January 28th of 2021, Phoenix FBI field office, special agent in charge, Redacted, spoke. Fuck. My God. On March 3rd of 2021, Ray Epps was interviewed at the law office of Redacted in Phoenix, Arizona by FBI Special Agent Redacted and TFO Redacted. The interview was audio recorded according to Epps. So basically, all the redacteds are the government employees and FBI agents that were, doing these interviews. They redacted it. That's fine. I don't really care. I don't need the names. FBI can figure it out when the chips fall. The interview was audio recorded. According to Epps, he traveled to and arrived in D.C. on January 4th alone. On the evening of January 5th, Epps received a call from his son, Redacted, and ended up being downtown for a couple of hours. Epps was aware of the video posted by Baked Alaska, which is what we talked about earlier. We need to go into the Capitol. And then the guy in the background screaming, "What? Fed, Fed, Fed." That's Baked Alaska, right? And he was charged and confirmed that he stated on video that, quote, "they need to go into the Capitol." It's what I just said. Epps was shown a still photograph taken from the video and confirmed that he is depicted in the video. Epps claimed that he did not mean to break into. Wait. Hey, Derek, are you ready for this? You ready for this? In the FBI report that I'm reading, Epps was shown a still photograph taken from the video and confirmed that he is depicted in the video, and he claimed that he didn't mean to break into the Capitol. He didn't mean to break into the Capitol, but go into the Capitol. Epps also stated that his plan was to go to the front door and let them know what they think. On January 6th of 2021, Epps had planned to stay for the duration of President Trump's speech, but word began to spread through the crowd that everyone was going to head to the Capitol, so Epps began to spread the word as well. Epps followed people to the area near the Capitol, where they then were barricades, and he stated he observed a kid shaking the barricade gates. Epps put his arm on him and tried to talk him out of what he was doing. Epps was shown a still photograph from a video that was taken during this incident and confirmed that this incident he was referring to, he was depicted in the photograph. Epps confirmed that he was aware that the area was closed. Epps was shown two still photographs depicting the area closed signs posted on the barricades in front of police officers. Epps claimed to not have restricted. Anyway, long story boring. They're going through basically, they're trying to say that Epps did not know it was not restricted. He didn't know that this. He was just trying to be a good Samaritan to stop them from shaking the barricades and ignoring the signs. Robert, go ahead, and I'll get to you, Derek.
The J6 timeline refutes what was just reported about Ray Epps was down there. He was already down there, 113. The president was still speaking. So you have to look at that whole timeline video. Epps was an instigator, directing people, whispering what to do, what to take the bike racks down. He did it at four locations around the Capitol. So yeah, he was um, an agent of the chaos and the breach operation way before anybody from the speech almost 2 miles away came down there.
Oh yeah, I agree. Go ahead, Derek.
Thanks for hosting, Trash Man. I know you make a lot of sacrifices, brother. Get you something to eat real quick. I just want to say, first of all, I think it's important for us to remember that technically, I don't think Ray Epps did anything wrong. I think we have free speech. I think that everything he said was perfectly fine. To be honest with you, I mean, I believe that we have a right to redress our grievances. That's our building, and as long as you're not being destructive and everything. But given the context of how they've treated everyone else surrounding January 6th, and then the things he said, when you take it into that context, that is where I think there's a lot of red flags and a lot of issues here with the things that he said that day or leading up to it. I really, it's fascinating to me listening to you, how he's kind of explaining himself to the FBI, and they're just taking that and running with it. And I wish that there was a way for me to explain to you guys what it was like to be questioned by the feds, chained, by the way, while they're asking you these questions. And I'll give you one example in my video, and you can watch the video pinned to the top of my feed here, because this is the part that I'm talking about. When I received the fist bump from the police officer entering the building, and I said, "We still have nothing but respect for you, man. Nobody wanted anything, blah blah blah." You know, the feds hung up on the word "still." They're like, "What do you mean you still have respect for him?" We're like, "Well, I'm confused as to what you're asking. I'm really confused right now." They were trying to twist that whole interaction and the video pinned to the top of my feed of me, having a peaceful, inviting interaction with this police officer. They tried to use the word "still," that I still have respect for you. They tried to use that one word to twist the narrative surrounding that entire interaction. And the only reason I say that is, once again, that's the only thing I'm thinking of right now as Ray Epps is getting a free pass and explaining all this away, and it's all fine to the feds for him. But then here you have my situation, and every other J6er for that matter. They twist every single thing to try to fit a narrative so that they can say, "Oh, we got you," and come after you and get their pound of flesh. So I just thought that was fascinating listening to what you were talking about there.
It's pretty crazy. Robert, go ahead.
Just a bigger picture context. The things going on inside the Congress had started right at 1 o'clock, to review the challenges to the state delegations for the Electoral College. Electoral College is meeting, and no one, zero people in the Trump world wanted that process to be stopped. They wanted it to continue. They wanted all the uh, challenges to come forward from over 120 members of the House, at least 3 members of the Senate, and I think you just need like one of each. They need a senator. So I think it was Ted Cruz that actually filed the challenge on Arizona. That was the first one. So knowing, and there was no, it was likely to go to, to be challenged, and then it would mean debate, and but so they need the thought is that the Pelosi or others, they did not want those challenges to happen. They wanted basically to interrupt that process. I can guarantee you that the Trump side did not want to interrupt that process. So they didn't want to breach anything. They didn't want to obstruct anything. The real people who wanted to obstruct Congress were, you know, on the Pelosi side, on the McConnell side, whatever. But that's an important context. So if Ray Epps were a part of that, if he's part of an orchestrated conspiracy to create that diversion, then he really is part of obstructing Congress. But Derek, you're absolutely right. Just from a standpoint of if he's disconnected from that context, then he didn't do anything wrong. He just, if he's whispering somebody's ear. But if he's part of a conspiracy to obstruct Congress that is a broader Fedsurrection plan, then he's guilty.
So, all right. So I'm going to come to you, Derek. Robert, I'm about to the context that you just painted. Like, Derek, let me get through this, and I'm going to come to you, because the context that you just painted is very interesting. So I was talking earlier in transition about a document called The Count. And this document called The Count came out of the Sunrise Zoom calls, right? Sunrise Zoom calls were these horizontally connected leftist organizations that had these Zoom calls with current and former intel contractors and members of the government and BLM and Antifa and all these other different grassroots organizations. And there was a document that was created called the Transition Integrity Project. This was created by Norm Eisen, John Podesta, many other people that were connected on the left-hand side through this think tank called the Gregorian Institute in LA. And basically they war game the scenarios of how the election would go. But through the Sunrise Zoom calls, the document called The Count was specifically highlighted because it was essentially created to show like the ground troops, like, we need to protest, we need to get involved, we need to prevent Congress from meeting. What you just described specifically the antidote or the solution to was actually highlighted on page 35 of this document, of a 40-page document. And on page 35, on the bottom paragraph of this document, which I have the entire document, it has the metadata. Millie Weaver gave it to us. We have the full metadata. It was released in October 14th of 2020, and essentially the metadata shows October 20th of 2020. And on the bottom of page 35, let me read to you what this document says. And this was basically like a monster that was born out of the Transition Integrity Project and what they needed to do for 2020 election, essentially. And it was on page 35 inside that document. So let me pull this up. I'm going to read this to you. And I'm going to read the final paragraph. And I think it's going to actually show a lot of what you're talking about, Robert, a lot of what Derek would probably should hear, and a lot of people that actually should probably know about January 6th. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull it up. I know I got it here somewhere. Give me 1 second. All right, where is it? Where is it? There it is. All right, so page 35 of the count. This is essentially what they should do on the ground. All right, so page 35. Democrats in Congress must use every constitutional, procedural, and political means necessary to delegitimize Trump's attempt to usurp the presidency, up to and including voting in unison against any Republican effort to count Trump's electoral college votes, ordering the sergeant at arms remove Republicans from the House chamber, boycotting the electoral college count, and staging protests inside of the Capitol to make it physically impossible for Congress to meet. Now, that document was actually released on October 14th of 2020, and we have the metadata of receiving it October 20th of 2020. But I would just like to point out, in the context of January 6th, this is a leftist document through horizontally opposed and connected protest groups through the Sunrise Zoom calls. And they anticipated making sure that Congress didn't meet, that they could not hear the alternate slate of electors, that if it got to that point, they would remove, the sergeant of arms would remove any Republican challenge within Congress. And the moment, and just so we're clear, I'm going to drive this home. I don't even need to read the rest of these fucking documents. Let me just say this. The moment that Mike Pence was about to move to a conference where he could hear the alternate slate of electors and challenges to the 2020 election, was the moment that they started breaking windows, was the moment that they started actually going into the Capitol, was the moment that Capitol Police actually unlocked the magnetic locks so everyone could flood the Capitol building. And when you look at that document in context of the time it was written, October 14th of 2020, and then released October 20th of 2020, and you look at the events of January 6th, that picture becomes crystal clear that that was actually the event that they prevented Mike Pence or anybody in Congress, Ted Cruz making a challenge, anybody in Congress making a challenge that actually challenged not only the alternate slate of electors, but what actually happened in the 2020 election. They gamed this out. We have all of this. I had all this. Jen, you know as well as I do. Millie knows as well as I do. We've been reporting on all of this. We've been putting this out. We've talked about it. We've shown everybody. I think this is the evidence, based on what Robert just said, that fits up exactly what he just said. All right, Derek, go ahead.
Well, first of all, I agree with everything that you guys are saying here, and I wanted to say that to Robert's point as well. Normal people who were there that day, like, it never crossed my mind that we would be going into the Capitol building that day. Like, it never even, like, that was not even a thought of mine of we were going inside that building. I didn't know it was shut down and because of COVID, I didn't know that. But the reason I say that is there were snipers. Well, I've got an accent. There were gunmen on the roof. Okay. And so to me, when you talked about them opening those magnetic doors on the east side of the building, those are the doors that I entered. When those doors opened from the inside, I assumed, incorrectly, I guess, maybe at that time, I don't know, I assumed that they were allowing us to come inside. You guys gotta remember, I mean, I've seen people protest in that building. I've seen people take over state capitol buildings all over the country. And so that's what I thought was happening. And I think that most of the people in the crowd, not the ones who were, in on this or whatever that you guys are talking about here, I do think that there were people that was organized to do this. And I think that then there were thousands of us, maybe tens of thousands. I don't know how many people went in the building, but there were thousands of us who just walked through there unbeknownst, not knowing and not realizing that we were actually helping them in this crusade, if you will, to prevent the challenge of of the electoral votes. If that does that make sense? What I'm trying to say, I don't think most of us even had a clue what was really taking place until we have now had the time to serve our prison time, come home, decompress, and actually start looking at everything from a much bigger picture. Because on that day, you can only see and hear what is right directly in front of you. You don't know all these other details.
'16. You're talking about, Robert, a lot of what Derek would probably should hear. 30 you starting he had the
Like I to press and actually start looking at everything from a much bigger picture. Because on that day, you can only see and hear what is right directly in front of you. You don't know all these other details.
I think that's right. Like none of us could see the forest for the trees. Like I'm looking back in 2024 and 2023, looking back at 2020, and we have all these access to these documents that were completely banned and whatever. But we were looking at this and looking back, like there's nothing other than short of a color revolution that Norm Eisen and Obama and many of these other people actually committed to. Like it's actually we've laid out the case. I mean, whether or not anybody cares what I'm doing on Twitter or what Jennifer and myself or Dustin or anybody or Robert is anybody doing on Twitter, I don't know. But we have the receipts, we have the evidence, we have the paperwork, we have the documents, we have access to the repository that proves kind of what we're talking about. So like whatever happens from here, like I don't know, but like holy shit, man! Like reading page 35, and I'll put it down in the chat. I'll put it down here so you guys can read it yourself. But like reading this, it's like yes, of course, like this was absolutely what happened.
Well,
So
and Trash, can I just add on to that? Like,
please.
literally, the plan was never to go to the Capitol. Like, they were telling us, as organizers, they were telling us that we were going to have to stay at the Ellipse for up to 14 hours until all of the testimony and stuff was heard up at the Capitol. Right. So for Ray Epps to be out there telling everyone the plan is to go to the Capitol. No, the plan was never to go to the Capitol, bro. So like I don't know where you're getting that, but we were told to stay at the Ellipse. So where did this come from? And that just proves that there was this overarching plan. And like Derek just said, like they used it was like almost like waves of force, right? The first wave went in, broke down all the barriers, whatever. So when the second wave came up, they didn't see the barriers. They didn't know they weren't supposed to be there. They saw what the hell was going on. It was like, oh, okay, I can walk here. People are walking here. And that was the whole thing, was to get everybody entrapped in that situation. Because in their minds, they wanted all of us to go up to the Capitol, get us all entrapped, label us domestic terrorists, and not have our voices be used in order to combat what the hell was going on in our country, since we were all the ones who were President Trump's most frivolent supporters, the ones who were willing to go out there and stand there and say, no, this is not what's happening. They had to demonize and delegitimize and dehumanize those people in order to carry out this plan.
Yes. All right, Jen, what do you say? We get to the hands? Because like I don't think people are ready for this shit. But all right, here we go. Grump, go ahead.
I mean, you're doing another marathon space. This is awesome. Trash, Jen, everybody, amazing what you guys do, and I'm thankful for you. So this drop here is amazing. Reading through this is amazing, man. It really lays out everything that you have repeated over and over again. And I had an experience today in which I tried to jump into the head of a lefty, the Biden Harris camp that believes the Kool-Aid of the J6 committee. And they don't understand that Arizona's objection was heard, and that benefit Donald Trump to have them split into separate camps to, the Senate and the House, how that whole process goes, the constitutional thing, and then they belittle it by saying it's just a ceremonial thing. Then why do we do it, right? Anyways, the question comes then as who benefits from disrupting those proceedings there? And
It changed the votes. That is obstruction of the
yeah,
process.
Robert, exactly.
Pressured people to change their votes in Congress because they were now faced with, oh my gosh, isn't this awful?
Yeah.
This just
Could
whatever.
you
It was
imagine? Could you imagine if this made it, if that process made its way to a Georgia objection there during the January 6th proceeding, and then an audit, not just a recount or anything like that, but the full forensic audit that would have actually like substantiated any of the claims or refuted them. I mean, that's the big one that, hey, I try to be an open-minded type of person that says, hey, if I'm wrong and it's absolutely refuted, maybe I can accept it if it's presented in a way that isn't an ABC producer's script handed to a little committee that they're just going to read on television and brainwash a whole bunch of people into the next NPR little narrative push. Oh man, I'm still kind of like emotionally impacted by this, but I just really wanted to point out that if these things that Georgia has listed in irregularities were examined closer to the date of the crime, because a cover up of a fraud is a fraud, or however that's labeled at the top. That's just massive right there. Thanks for dishing it all out. And Trash, did you see that Epps also his attorney put in that tweet that even Stevie Wonder could see that Ray Epps was a Fed?
Well,
I'm here.
Grump, and to your point, like as we were going around on the March for Trump bus tour, right? Like we had people coming up to us and was like, I'm an election worker. Like I saw this, I saw that. So they had affidavits. We had presented all of that to people in Congress. All of those things were going to be presented. We wanted that information to be presented. That was the evidence of the election being stolen. And that's what they had to disrupt because the evidence that the Congress had would have shown that the election was stolen. And like Robert said, we had big names out there that were going to stand up and be like, no, like this isn't what's happening. But then once the violence happened at the Capitol, they turn around. Well, I can't be associated with this. Like, no, I'm not. No, I'm going to certify now. Right? Like Robert's exactly right. It terrorized the people, and if they didn't have a backbone, they caved.
Yeah,
And those were really important arguments that were supposed to be heard. We
Well, and
wanted
Jen,
those arguments to be heard.
you guys know I've been one of the hardest people on the people of Congress for caving that day. But I think to be fair, that we also have to remember, like from their standpoint, um, first we back up. They wanted a deadly and violent insurrection, like quote unquote insurrection. They wanted that. They were trying to whip this crowd up into being violent and destructive that day. They were unsuccessful in doing so. They were wanting us to get mad and to become violent so that they could create this narrative. But what we have to remember, and once again, I've been more hard probably on the members of Congress for caving that day than most anyone else. But to be fair, to their side of things, they knew that Ashley Babbitt had been killed, and they thought that police officers had been murdered by protesters that day. Honestly, they were probably thinking at this point, if they move forward with still continuing to challenge that could be the spark that leads to a civil war. And I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here. I still would have voted to not certify, for the record. I'm still pissed that they caved, but I'm trying to be fair and look back on that day and not be an armchair quarterback and look back with revisionist history. We have to remember the emotions of that day and what the narrative was at that time. These members of Congress believed that their lives were truly in danger that day, that people were coming in there trying to come after them and murder them, and felt that that when they knew a protester had been killed, they thought that police officers had been killed. And so we have to take that into context, and I need to do a better job of that as well, just for myself too.
Yeah, that's
Well,
also
No,
and what
you're right. Oh,
well, and Jen, of course, I would never want to cut you off, but like what you're talking about is like fog of war, right? So like fog of war is actually the point. And it really bothers me. And like I hate making excuses for anybody who is a politician or whatever. Like I don't want to do that. I don't care. Like you should be smarter than me, right? But fog of war would show that this was all gamed out. It was 100% set up and planned prior to. And I I've talked to a lot of members of Congress over the last year, thankfully and blissfully. Like, thank God, like they came into our spaces and talked to us. But one of the things that it seemed to me that was crystal clear to me was they were only operating in a fog of war, no different than any other person. Yes, of course, they have more access to data and information than we do, but like also fog of war. And so, like, to assume for a moment, essentially, what the plan was, what they war gamed out, what the document shows is that if they created enough of a disturbance, they can then force people in Congress to not actually acknowledge, address, or even have a hearing on information that was counter to whatever narrative was trying to be forcefully supplanted on the American people. And so I don't actually blame most members of Congress for that. I actually don't at all. Maybe I'll take heat for that. That's fine. But it's the evidence does not prove to me that I can actually write them off as they knew and they did something different. The intention was to disrupt Congress enough that no hearing would be had, that obviously extremists have taken over our country, and that these extremists wanted to overthrow the government and create a coup, when the reality was is that there were respectable and reasonable challenges that needed to be heard by an alternate slate of electors, just as what happened with Nixon and JFK back in the 60s, just as what happened with Gore and Bush, just as what happened here now. And I think that they gamed it out enough to understand that if you want to get past any kind of like scheduled date challenges, whether it's December or November, December, or January, that if you got past that, they would have no legal recourse. Therefore, the narrative could be supplanted. And my point of bringing out these Ray Epps documents was, hey, take a look at how much the FBI did not want to prosecute Ray Epps. Hey, take a look at what the Sunrise Zoom calls he actually yielded. Hey, take a look at how they actually war gamed this in August of 2020 to make sure that they could actually figure out what the public would look like. And hey, if all of this fails, we need people to actually prevent Congress from meeting, whether that's the Sergeant of Arms removing Republicans from Congress, whether that's a protest that's going on, or whether or not we can actually successfully supplant a narrative that was the freest and fairest election of all times, and there's no election challenges, and Donald Trump is racist, and the Orange Man bad, and he's a super Nazi, and we obviously were all saved from this. So, like, either way, any of these narratives that they tried to combat were actually already planned for. And any of these narratives that they actually tried to supplant, some of them took hold, and we had to deal with them in 2024. Robert, yeah, go ahead. And then I'll get to the hands.
So definitely watch Laura Logan's timeline of the J6 day. And the other curious thing is, and President Trump has talked about this, he offered National Guard to the mayor and to Nancy Pelosi, and they rejected it. But guess what was really there was guard all over D.C. They were blocking and checking people on the bridges coming into D.C., but they weren't around the Capitol. They were totally gone from the Capitol, but they were everywhere else. They were positioned on street corners. They had blocked up. They had anti-scale. They had, I think it was 300 miles of anti-scale fence was all around DC. But there was no anti-scale fence around the Capitol. So there's no guard, no anti-scale fence. It was, to me, and I could, having to drive through all that crap and all the checkpoints with, machine guns going into work in, down the street from there. um, it was totally really telling to me that there was something that was amiss. If they really were trying to have total lockdown on every other part of central DC except the Capitol, that was just very, very, very odd. Everybody knew the folks, 120 plus members of Congress, had already telegraphed they were going to challenge these things. Members of the Senate had said they were going to challenge these electors. It was widely known well in advance. So not only was it gamed out in October, but they could game it out even in the days right before. There's another fact here. Look, and I hope maybe this is in the what was released, but there was no emergency plan. Every time there's a big diplomatic event in D.C., you've got every agency, EMS, tons of different agencies, police and military contingency plans. They script everything out, except they didn't do it this time. There's no, I'm not in that space, but I've heard from people who said there was none of the planning. They didn't have the traditional comms. Everything was dark. There was no plan. There was no after action report. You know, everything was, it was a total void of the normal procedures right around the Capitol at this time.
And really quick, Robert, at that same, I don't know what time they came there. You probably know the timeline better than I do. When the National Guard finally showed up on that day, man, the crowd dispersed quick. I mean, I was there. I was part of that. I mean, when the National Guard rolled in, everybody was like, "Oh man, like this is real. I'm going to get out of here. I don't want to be in trouble." And what's fascinating is I was in the Capitol building in there when I got an alert on my phone. I don't know what time it went out, but I got an alert on my phone, like the emergency broadcast system, whatever, took over my phone, and it said, National Guard has been called. DC is going into lockdown. There's a curfew at, I believe, 6 p.m. Anyone caught out after that's going to be
That was
arrested.
5 o'clock. That was at
Okay.
5 o'clock.
So at this point, when I got that, and other people around me got that, everyone literally just, because no one at this point had ever told us to leave the building or anything. We're just in there hanging out. And when I received that, and myself and others, we literally just started walking. That's when we walked out the door. We walked out the building, and everybody went home. And I've also often thought, it's like, okay, even though they didn't call the National Guard, when things started getting out of hand, why did they not send out that alert earlier in the day? Like, hey, anybody enters this building, you're going to be facing felony charges. January 6th never would have happened with one message out to everybody, just as they sent it later.
May I ask a quick follow-up question? Was there any established timestamp to when the speaker during she was in her office and said she wanted to punch Trump in the nose or something like that? Was there a timestamp to that, and was it matched up to any of the activities going on the Capitol grounds?
So it was sometime between while Trump was still speaking, and Alexandria Pelosi was like filming this documentary of what you're talking about. And Jen's going to come in on this, but it was sometime between Trump was still speaking at the Ellipse versus what was going on. And I can't wait to punch him in the face. That was Nancy Pelosi. It was Alexandria Pelosi was actually recording this.
Yeah.
I don't have a timestamp on
It's
that.
when I
Oh,
don't have the timestamp, but it's when the rumors started swirling that Trump was going to go up to the Capitol. So it must have been after he spoke, right? It
But
must
was
have
Oh,
that?
so
been
that's when he
after
was
he
taking
said,
over the beast. That's when he was taking over the control of the beast, right?
yeah,
Oh yeah, just launching for that steering wheel. but
right? Like
but
Trump going
have
rogue. But Derek, to your point, real quick, I truly believe like they had the power to send out those emergency signals to people's cell phones, and they didn't because they wanted as many people to go into those restricted areas as humanly possible, so they could be labeled domestic terrorists, insurrectionists, lovers of Trump till the day they die. Right? They needed to get every single person wrapped up in order for them not to be able to further question what had happened in the election. And I truly, truly believe that to my core.
I know that 100%, Jen, because like I said, when we received that alert, people just kind of looked around. Some people didn't receive it. Most people did. And we were showing other people around us who didn't receive it. And everybody's like, oh, well, we better get out of here and go home before so we get caught out after curfew. I mean, that was my concern seeing in that building at that time was like, well, I don't want to break the law and be caught out here after curfew. I mean, that was the least of my worries. I didn't know it, but that was my concern in that moment.
It's so crazy, Derek. Like it's so fucking crazy. Like so many people have been like convicted and like charged with all this nonsense. And again, like the question regarding the National Guard. Like yes, okay. So like the president or the executor of the office can only uh, bring the National Guard into DC. But we know through Chris Miller and Kash Patel that they actually they put out requests to Muriel Bowser, Nancy Pelosi at the time, whatever, saying, hey, we should there's probably going to be some like serious protests in DC on January 6th. We should probably deploy the National Guard to make sure it doesn't get out of hand. The Chris Miller and Kash Patel talked about this months, I mean, like days before January 6th happened. And Muriel Bowser declined. Nancy Pelosi declined. And then they want to hold like Trump accountable because he didn't like deploy the National Guard at some point between what 2 and 4 p.m. Eastern when he was done speaking at the ellipse versus like the crowd marching towards the ellipse when they had already breached the barriers at January 6th at the Capitol prior to him even done speaking. Like that's not like all right, Jen, go ahead. Like I will literally go off about this.
No, it's so mind-boggling, right? And Trash, this is something I've often talked about is when we got into DC finally, and I think we got there on the 4th or the 5th. Must have been the 4th, right? We got there and they had that place looking like a war zone, right? Like I thought I had stepped off the bus in like Baghdad. There were like literally police, which I thought at the time were National Guard, but come to find out, I guess they weren't. Then who the hell were those people? Right? They had the trucks in the middle of the road. They had fake facade on buildings. Like the feeling of being in DC, you just felt like pent up anger. Like they were trying to incite violence with just the environment that they had people walking into, right? They made you feel that you were in a war zone ready for battle with and the fake facades and the whoever these guards were who were on the corners and all of this, like it's so mind-boggling to me because not only did they set up the people, they literally set the environment in order for this to happen.
I mean 100%. 100%. All right. Let's get to the hands. I brought a couple people up that were requesting to talk. So Magna, go ahead, then X-Man, and then Walt, I'm coming back to you.
Good evening, my beautiful friends. It's so good to see everybody. My gosh. What a topic. I don't really even know where to begin now. Tell you what, I will do. I'm gonna try to get my head straight by asking you guys a couple of questions, and maybe y'all can help me figure this out because I get a lot of posts from these absolute whack jobs screaming insurrection for a riot that occurred. And I try to fight as much of that as I can where it seems logical to argue. But I hear people saying, remember January 6th, they want you to go, remember, make some big deal out of it. And I'm like, well, my answer to that is simply in most of my posts, something akin to, yeah, I remember January 6th. I'll remember watching the videos of police officers shooting flashbang grenades into a mostly peaceful crowd coming up from uh, coming up onto the Capitol, invited to peacefully protest, um, and peacefully and patriotically protest, and that's what most of them were there for, as far as I could see, until I saw these flashbang grenades go off, and then people start fighting, and that's actually, I didn't know what else for people to expect. Yeah, there was a riot, but people were attacked. I say we. I feel so akin to these people, and I feel sorry for the degradation.
No, go ahead. Yeah, keep
I,
going.
I feel
Go
sorry
ahead.
for the degradation in our society right now, and things that all of us are having to suffer through because we never see stuff like this happen. And I'm going to land my plane there, but that's kind of like my question is: am I right by thinking that, or am I completely? Is it that completely the wrong take, or is that a
So
contributory
like
factor?
let's yeah. So Magna, let's dial it back a bit. What exactly are you asking us?
That the video that I saw when people say remember January 6th, and all I say is, well, yeah, I remember January 6th. I remember seeing the police shoot flashbang grenades into a pretty peaceful crowd, and I'm just trying to be honest about what I saw. And
No, Magnet, no. So you're completely right. And that's something I have literally pointed out from the very beginning, right? Even in my testimony. I that crowd was peaceful. That crowd was peaceful. They were singing Kumbaya, they were singing God Bless America. And there was a point where all of a sudden everything changed. And it's the moment that they started firing into that peaceful crowd, and that's really the moment where all hell broke loose,
oh
right?
my
Is
God,
because
Jen,
they were
thank you
peaceful.
so much, because that really helps me get my head straight about how I see it and what I believe in. What I believe I saw, and
Well, Magna, let me help you out here too, man. Anytime when you're me anyways, obviously, I mean, I travel the country, I share my January 6th story, and I get a lot of left leaning people as well. And so I break these left leaning people into two categories when it comes to January 6th. There are those who are truly just misinformed, but they're willing to have an open and honest conversation with you about January 6th. And then there's some who are just completely unhinged, and it doesn't matter what happens, you're just the worst, you're a domestic terrorist and deserve to be, hung out on the Capitol lawn. So in order to find out which person that is, this is what I do. And I just ask them, I say, look, I don't care if you think that I'm dumb, that the election was stolen. I don't care if you think I'm dumb for going to the Capitol that day. I don't care if you think that I broke the law. I'm not here to argue any of those things right now. But can we at least agree that we deserve due process in this country? That if even if all those things that you claim are true, do I not deserve to have a free, like a fair trial and have due process in this country? And to those who say yes, I know that I can at least have somewhat of a conversation with them. You'll be surprised how many people say no. You're a domestic terrorist. You don't have any of this freedom. And those people, I'm just okay. The conversation's over. It's not worth my time. So that's kind of how I break it down. It's a kind of a little litmus test question when someone from the left comes to me about January 6th. I break it down to that, because if I'm willing to move 99% over to their side for the sake of starting a conversation, if they're not willing to move 1% towards, into my direction, then I'm not wasting my time having a conversation with them. So hopefully that helps you out a little bit.
wow, thank you so much for that advice. That's really, really helpful. The other thing I was going to ask people, anybody in the group listening or in the panel, is I've been trying to find that I used to have this list, this wonderful list of supposed conspiracy theories for the last, maybe 4 years or so. We're talking Russia, Russia, Russia. You know what I'm talking about? The Russia collusion hoax. It was a complete hoax. I had a list of all these wonderful things that have been coming true and making all of us as conservatives feel like we live in the Babylon Bee. Does anybody have that list? And if you do, will you please share it? Either DM me or
What are
put
you
it up
asking?
in the. I'm sorry,
What are
Trash.
you asking for?
The,
Yeah. What are
there's
you asking for?
a list of supposed conspiracy theories that I keep saying Trump is right. Well, I know Trump has been right all this time.
Magna, I got you. Magna, just DM me, I got you.
Thank you, dear. I will do that. All
Yeah, it's
right,
a
you guys,
timeline.
I'm landing my plane there. Thank you to everybody for their time tonight. And thank you to all the administrative stuff that goes on in the background. I know you guys work really hard. Thank you so much, Jen and Trash, dude. I'm by the way, Trash. I am still planning an AI class for this year in 2024, and you did generously volunteer your time to maybe host that for us. So I'm still looking forward to that this year.
All right, I'm down. As long as we talk about philosophy and AI. All right, let's get through the hands. Thanks, Magna. X Man. Go ahead.
What's going on, Trash? Thanks for bringing me up. Great space. It's been a while since I've actually learned something new on a freaking space nowadays. It's always repetitive stuff, but I got a bunch of questions just from listening for a while. One of which, so what I totally agree about Ray Epps being being a Democrat operative as opposed to a Fed, because at the beginning of the whole thing, I always wondered why he was on the list to begin with. If he was a Fed, he probably wouldn't have been on the list, number one. The other thing related to that is, when did he get taken off the list? I know he said, I know you said that he called the FBI a couple days later, but as far as I knew, as far as I knew up until now, Revolver News did a piece on him, and he got taken off the next day.
January 8th. So he was removed January 8th when he called in the FBI, which was what the documents that I was reviewing. Yeah.
Okay. All right, because like I said, all I knew was, and again, that's just from stories I've heard and read and whatever. It was he was taken off immediately after Revolver News' piece. Whether that had something to do with it or not, but again, like I said, that's just something that I knew from before. And the other thing is, on when did he on January 5th, when he was with that crowd with Baked Alaska, when he was telling everybody to go to the Capitol, but don't say I said this because I'll get arrested or something like that. How would he know by going to the Capitol you'd get arrested? And he, obviously he knew not to go past the barricades. I don't think we've seen him past the Because barricades. they were setting us up. Right, right. Because they knew damn well having people go to the Capitol would get people wrapped up. Exactly. Like, he knew that. Nobody else would say, I'm going to go to the Capitol and I'm going to get arrested if I go there. Nobody would think that. You would say, okay, I'm going to go to the Capitol. There's a rally there or a protest or whatever. I'm going to go air my grievances. Nobody would expect to get arrested if they showed up there. But he knew that already. So he knew as much to get people to go there, but not physically go inside himself is what I was kind of thinking about there. And he knew that because I'm still conflicted whether I think I'm sure maybe some feds were involved in this whole thing or not, but we definitely know that it was a Democrat thing. The Democrat, what's his name? I'm drawing a blank. The guy that's in the law firm that's defending him now.
Oh, you're talking about Michael Teeter.
No, not him. Man, he's like a Democrat operative, like
Elias?
Say again?
Mark Elias?
Not Mark Elias, the other guy. Has he got white hair or something?
Norm Eisen?
No. Never mind. It'll probably come to me later. But anyway, so those are the people that knew what was going to happen the next day. Those are the people that were controlling him to do what he did. And those were the people that said, don't go in there because you're going to get arrested, because we plan on arresting a bunch of people. That law firm that's defending him, are they defending any other January 6th defendants? Does anybody know?
Yeah. So I can answer that. So the only person that is representing any kind of anybody, like we're talking about like the 65 Project, Michael Teeter, that are representing anybody from January 6th, is Michael Teeter on the 65 Project and Ray Epps in his defamation lawsuit against Fox News. No, none of them are being represented at all.
Yeah, so that lends credence to the fact that he was a Democrat operative, and now they're trying to either bail him out or something. But I think this.
Yeah, 100%. He was a Democrat.
Yeah, I think
and became a confidential human source. He's not a Fed, but they made him a Fed. Like, that's who Ray Epps is.
And does anybody know what happened, if anything, to the guy that he whispered to? Before they stormed the gate.
So yeah, he's in prison.
Derek or Brandon might know.
I don't remember his name, which one it is, so I don't want to say the wrong name.
Ryan,
Samsel.
wasn't it Ryan? Yep.
I thought that was him, but I wasn't going to say that because I wasn't 100% sure. He's been rotting in the DC gulag. He's been in prison this whole time. I think it's important for people to understand that a lot of the people who've been in the DC gulag, in my opinion, I don't have any evidence of this, obviously, but when you really start looking at it, all of them in some way or another, they either were around Roseanne Boylan being murdered, or they had interaction with Ray Epps, or to me, it's all people who would be, if they were able to speak out, would have been able to really help blow the lid on the J6 narrative. And so I think that's part of the reason they've been thrown in there and kept basically under the prison for the last 3 years.
Yeah, that poor fucking guy. He probably got suckered in by Ray Epps to go through that gate, and then Epps just fucking turns around and walks away. And just a couple more points I wanted to hit on. So, uh, going to the actual reason why they're saying, Trump stormed the Capitol, you wanted to disrupt the process and everything else, which you guys were saying, and it makes perfect sense. Why would he even want to do that? So, is there any proof that Trump knew of any specific lawmakers that were going to object? Because in my estimation, if he did, he could simply say, "I didn't tell anybody to go to the Capitol to disrupt that because we already had plans to object. And if I had sent these people there to storm the Capitol, my proceeding or my process would have been interrupted, and that just makes no sense. There's putting the lawmakers together with Trump in knowing that they were going to object to the certifications would ultimately tell anybody with half a brain, why would he disrupt it then? He'd want that to play out. And then lastly, how many documentaries did Pelosi film on previous January 6s? And, she's been there for a while, and there's, every new president, every January 6th, they do the certification thing. Has she ever filmed any other documentaries on previous January 6s? Because this seemed to be pretty special for her to do that. Well, I mean, I think it's worth pointing out she had a full HBO documentary crew there because her daughter, Alexandra Pelosi, is like one of the main people over at HBO. Um, Yep. And I've always said that I think it would be real interesting to see who had permits to film at the Capitol that day. And I think that would paint a huge picture because why was there full production crews at the Capitol? Right? What was happening there was going to be in the chambers, like where they argue and do their thing. Like, why was there cameras set up at all the places that got breached? Why were they Yeah, they wanted. ultimately placed where they needed to be in order to film exactly what was going to unfold, in order to Absolutely. get all these people to go along with a narrative that these people are insurrectionists and that the election wasn't stolen, which was totally contradictory to reality. Yep. They wanted to have their own crispy, clear 4K video of everything that was going on so that they can, A, find people and bag them, and B, set up Well, their January 6th commission film. yeah, and I just want to point out too, Hulu had a full-fledged, full production documentary out within what, 48 hours of January 6th, and like that documentary you can't find anymore. Yep. So whatever happened to that documentary? How did you have a
Actually,
full-scale production documentary that usually would take months? It was Oh yeah. out within in 48 hours. So that's real interesting as well. Yep.
yeah, didn't they break that Hulu thing down into a mini series? And it
Yeah, like it was
right.
full-fledged production. Like it wasn't just it didn't look like something you would throw together in 48 hours. This looked like something that was like,
Yeah,
yeah, Brandon, go ahead.
yeah,
Be
Brandon.
interesting to sorry, I'm just a quick thing and I'm gonna sign off and let the next guy go. It'd be interesting to see the names on that documentary, that Hulu documentary.
Yeah.
Interesting to see the names that come up on the credits.
Well,
Thanks
that,
for the mic, guys. Thanks,
thanks.
X-Men. Go ahead, Brandon.
Hey guys, sorry, obviously just came into your space. I'm really happy to see you guys are doing this. I've been wanting to talk about this for a couple of days. I was actually visiting my parents who live in the middle of nowhere in Nebraska and have terrible Wi-Fi and terrible reception. So it's like I found myself in a state of complete outrage 2 days ago and literally unable to connect with the outside world to talk about it. So just got home, back in my own Wi-Fi. See you guys, and like the timing couldn't be better. So if this already got covered, I apologize. Just tell me to shut up, cut me off. It's fine. But I was, needless to say, shocked to find myself in Ray Epps's sentencing recommendation. Has this already been discussed in this space? Did you guys?
No, I did. I covered it. I covered it,
We
Brandon.
definitely want your perspective on it,
Yeah,
Brandon, because like they blatantly says your name.
yeah.
Oh, they
100%.
more than blatantly said my name. They blatantly lied up and down about. I mean, literally everything that contained my name in it was a lie. And what is and I almost don't even know where to start with this, and who I'm most mad about it. But it's like the reason why they're able to get away with this stuff is again because they've gotten away with this stuff for so long. Nobody is stopping them. Anything that they do. So the first thing I want to say is that, and if you don't mind, I'm going to read to everybody just a couple sentences, just a few short sentences where I mentioned they don't even adhere to their own statement of offense that they wrote in my case. They wrote the summarization of my alleged activity outside of the Capitol. And then they reference their own case against me, but completely lie about the lies that they told the first time. And so I just want to explain to everybody the reason why I'm even being mentioned in Ray Epps's case, which is like a sentence that I never dreamed I would ever say in my entire life because it's too insane. But it's because I stood outside of the Capitol on January 6th for 8 minutes shooting a video. And in the course of that 8 minutes that I was shooting that video, I said the words, go, go. I said these words. And after I said these words, this is the great irony of the whole thing. There was a girl in the crowd pushing her way away from the Capitol. So the crowd that I was standing with is all facing toward the Capitol. The doors are open, but there's one girl pushing against the crowd, pushing her way out. And I say the words, go, go. And the girl responds to me in my video. You clearly see this. She responds and she says, relax, relax. I'm going, as she's pushing against the crowd to get out. So the government took that I said the words, go, go, and said, Strzok stood outside of the Capitol saying the words, go, go, to encourage the crowd to go into the building. Fine. Okay. And it, whatever. That was in my statement of offense that I signed to take my misdemeanor plea deal. But because I said the words go, go outside the Capitol, the government is now trying to draw a comparison between Ray Epps running around for 2 fucking days telling every person who would listen to him that they needed to go inside the building, we need to go inside the Capitol. And to me standing outside of the building for 8 minutes, and during the course of that 8 minutes saying the words go, go. So anyway, I just want to set that up so people already understand the absurdity of the comparison in the first place. But now this is what the government said about my case while referencing me in Ray Epps's case. They said, all right, I just had it. They said, while Epps's case is unique, other judges of this court nevertheless have sentenced Capitol breach defendants who encouraged others to storm the Capitol and did so themselves. And at least one of those cases provides an informative comparison to the relevant sentencing considerations in this case. In the United States versus Brandon Strzok, the defendant, a social media influencer with a large following, used his platform to help incite, promote, and encourage the riot. After learning that the Capitol had been breached, Strzok went to join the mob and live streamed his participation in the riot. While Strzok did not enter the U.S. Capitol building himself, he encouraged others to do so, chanted and urged rioters to hold the line against the police while yelling, take it, as rioters ripped a police shield, stripped a police officer of his riot shield. Then it goes on to talk about how I pleaded guilty. I love this one. This one's fucking amazing. Strzok and Epps helped build the mob at the Capitol, but Epps did so over a longer span of time and acknowledged the illegal nature of the pending gathering. Strzok did not participate in any acts of violence against officers, and then it kind of goes on from there. But they didn't even have the nerve in their original case against me to say that I used my social media to promote, encourage, and incite the riot. And they certainly didn't say that I helped build the mob on January 6th. And now they're saying that I stood outside the building saying, hold the line against police officers while encouraging the mob to strip a shield from an officer. And I was so upset about this that the next day I called Harmeet Dillon. I called both criminal attorneys in my criminal case. And I was like, they are blatantly lying up and down about even their own statement of offense in my case. And the attorneys told me that prosecutors have something called absolute immunity, that when basically creating a court document, they are immune from defamation claims, that they can basically say whatever they want to in these documents. And I'm just like, this is like a tyranny gone loco. This is like unrestrained corruption and complete corrosion of any sort of ethical standards. I mean, there has to be, and look, I'm going to shut up right after this because nothing I'm going to say is worth anything. It doesn't matter. I'm literally just being emotional and angry and reacting because I've been going through this for 3 years and it just doesn't seem to ever stop. My criminal attorney said to me, why are they so obsessed with you? I literally don't understand why they're so obsessed with you. And I'm like, I don't, it's Brandon Strauch derangement syndrome, and it's very, very real. But we're supposed to be able to count on a basic standard of ethical decency from attorneys, that if they know that something that they're saying is not true, they're not supposed to say it. I mean, they can certainly use colorful language when trying to build their case, but they're not supposed to outright lie and create facts that are not true. So it seems that the only recourse that I have in this situation is to file an ethical complaint against the attorney who drafted Ray Epps' sentencing recommendation. But as my good buddy here, Derek Evans, can probably tell you, not a great idea when going up against the federal government, especially when they've got you in their crosshairs under federal probation in a January 6th case. Do I want to pick a fight with the DOJ right now? Probably not a wise idea. At the same time, I'm like, how many times do I get to be slandered by the Department of Justice and falsely accused of things that I did not do? Because obviously there are no ethical standards that are being followed by any of these attorneys out of DC. And anyway, I appreciate you giving me the platform to get this off my chest. It's been brewing inside of me for 2 days while I was out in the middle of God fucks country nowhere with my parents. But thank you for letting me talk.
No, I mean, like, you're 100% correct. And like, I actually want to go to Robert. Like, listen, I see the hands. I'm going to go to you guys. I'm going to go to Robert and Derek, and then I'm going to go to the rest of the hands. And Jen, I see your hand too. Robert, go ahead before you check out.
Just a quick question for Brandon. What do you think this lying about you in relation to Epps? What are they trying to do that for, like some sentencing negotiation or some comparison to make his crimes look less than yours, or I can't figure out the motive. What do you think it is?
No, so what they're trying to do, well, it's multifold, but it's in the most direct and realistic sense. They're trying to draw a comparison between what they're trying to say is that we're two people who both encouraged people to storm the Capitol. This is what we sentenced Strzok to, and this is why Ray Epps deserves to be sentenced to this other thing. Now, they're actually acknowledging in this document that what Ray Epps did was worse than what I did, and that Ray Epps was actually involved in, like, literally breaching barricades and apparently, as they say, 2 violent episodes that involve police officers. Here's the real mind fuck in this situation. I'm now finding myself sympathetic to Ray Epps in this situation because I've actually been through this situation with the government so much that the moment that I read a sentencing document that talks about J6ers assaulting police officers, I just automatically assume they're lying. And so I'm sort of like, well, geez, maybe Ray Epps didn't do any of this shit. I mean, if the government says he does, I don't know. But that's number one why they're doing it. But number two why they're doing it, and the main reason why they're doing this, is because if I wasn't the first, I was one of the very first J6ers to go to the media and start screaming, the government is lying, the government is lying. And I have not stopped for 2 years. I have not stopped between doing media interviews, doing January 6th panels for live audiences, going on my social media, creating my own videos. I have not stopped shouting, the government is lying, the government is lying. And because I haven't left it alone, they're not leaving me alone. And on top of that, I was also involved in a civil suit where 8 officers were Capitol Police officers I've never met in my life were suing me for a number of things that they are lying about because I've never met them. And I just won that case. And I've been spending the last couple of weeks exposing these officers, posting profiles on each one of them and the law firm that did all this. So I just had this massive victory in a civil suit. And that would be another motivation for them to. There's no reason to bring me into Ray Epps' sentencing recommendation. It is the most preposterous, imaginable thing. But the government is doing this because I will not stop talking about their corruption. And I'm still not going to stop talking about it. But that's why this is happening.
Jen, go ahead.
But they also said, before I head out, guys, and say goodnight, they're also trying to say that Ray Epps, the actions that he took should have been lauded as like applauded and noble. Like he was the good guy. He walked up to the gate and then walked away or something like that. I don't know. This whole Ray Epps stuff is just it's fascinatingly, mind-numbingly insane. It really is. But thanks again, guys. Love you all. And
Could I say one more thing? And I apologize because I know I'm like going off the rails here in your space. But literally, this is pent up for 2 days. Another thing that they're doing, and Derek, I'd love to get your take on this too. We have never, in a single J6 case, in any document created by the Department of Justice against a January 6th defendant, we have never seen a shred of sympathy from them for a J6 defendant. Not a shred. I almost fell out of my chair laughing out loud when I read the end of Ray Epps' sentencing recommendation, and they were like, the government, the government is understanding about the fact that Ray Epps has been the victim of a right-wing conspiracy theory about him being an FBI informant, and this has had a devastating impact on his life, including having a devastating impact on his business, including, I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? All of us have lost our careers. People have lost their houses. They've lost their. Oh, and another thing that they said, they were like, and Ray Epps deserves consideration from the court because he turned himself in early on. You know who else turned themselves in early on? Matthew Perna. Matthew Perna turned himself into the FBI immediately when he saw his name on an FBI wanted list, and they tried to give him a fucking terrorism enhancement to his sentencing, and he ended up going in his garage and killing himself. So I'm reading these things in Ray Epps', and I'm like, we have seen none of this from the government, none of it. They go, special consideration should be given to Ray Epps because his business was so harmed by the false statements made about him. The false statements made about him. You guys just got done saying that I ran up and was screaming, hold the line, and telling everyone to charge police officers. And you don't think that this damaged my business? You don't think this damaged my name and reputation? Are you kidding? You guys love that shit. That's why you're doing all of this. Oh, Ray Epps, let's please give special consideration to Ray Epps because he's just gone through so much, which he's the only J6er who didn't get an FBI raided and thrown in a fucking slammer. Are you kidding me? Oh my God.
Well, and Brandon,
He
I think
orchestrated
like
it.
they. Oh, sorry, Robert.
That was it. It just he admitted he orchestrated it.
Well, that's not the only one. So, Brandon, you just mentioned this, that he's the only J6er that wasn't, thrown in prison right afterwards. Well, actually, that's not true. So when we started talking about this, I had access to data that I'd forgotten about and re-accessed just recently. Mike Dunn, I put a tweet up in the nest. This guy never was arrested. And on January 6th, he put out video of him breaking in the doors on the side of the Capitol building and scaling scaffolding, claiming the direct relation to starting the riot, actually partaking in the riot. And he was never arrested, and he disappeared after January 6th. And apparently, he resurfaced in Ukraine. So I found that really amazing that this guy never once was arrested. He's still completely free, never did anything. And I put his statement that he made on January 6th. He used to have a video. I can't access the video anymore because it's destroyed. But there's more than one person that was not arrested.
All right. Derek, go ahead. I'm going to clear the hands, and I'm shutting down, guys.
Awesome. I'm going to go to bed as well. I'm flying out tomorrow, headed to Florida. Brandon, I'll text you or something. We'll try to connect. Glad you got this off your chest. This is crazy, honestly. It's mind-blowing to me that they literally wrote both of these documents that are conflicting with each other. I think that's the important context that people need to keep in mind here is the government wrote both of these documents that are conflicting with each other. That's the crazy part of all of this. I don't know. We've talked, a few times. They've handled Ray Epps with kid gloves from the get go. Everything from, to Brandon's point, not getting rated to and look back to the whole he deserves all this special treatment because it's been so hard on him. Like, he hasn't been debanked the way that all of us has. He hasn't went through any the trauma of hearing a knock at your door. I mean, literally. I mean, still to this day. It's crazy. I know it sounds crazy. I would think I was crazy if I was one of you in the audience listening to me speak right now. But literally, anytime that someone pulls up in my driveway, whether it's FedEx or UPS, I'm in the other room and I just hear a vehicle pull up in my driveway, and I'm like, "Who is it? Is it them? Are they coming back to get me again?" Like, literally, I seriously think that. My wife has moments like that. I can tell just by the way that she'll run over to the door really quick and over to the window really quick and just look out there. And I can just tell by the look on her face, she's like terrified still. And so, I mean, he doesn't have to deal with that because he's been treated with kid gloves. And I don't know when that goes away. It's been almost 3 years. It'll be 3 years, coming up in a few days. And I still have those I don't know if they're rational or not, but those fears and that PTSD with that. So that's something else you don't have to deal with. I stand by the statement that until proven otherwise, Ray Epps is a Fed. And Brandon, you're a Patriot, man. Appreciate you, man. Trash, Jen, thank you guys for hosting these spaces, and thank you for doing not just J6, all the spaces you guys do, but specifically the stuff covering J6. There's so many of you guys that were doing this before. Me and Brandon talk all the time about how when I think about January 6th, I think about it pre-Trump getting arrested and post-Trump getting arrested. Pre-Trump getting arrested, nobody in the quote-unquote conservative influence circle wanted to touch us. Nobody in the conservative media wanted to touch J6. Nobody wanted to do any of that. But now after Trump got arrested, and I hate that he did. I would give anything if he didn't. But since he did, it kind of made it more acceptable for the mainstream. It kind of took J6 prisoners mainstream, if you will, and kind of made us the people that it's okay to talk to these people because it happened to Trump too. And so, but I remember those who were there and had our backs before it was cool to do so, is what I was getting at. And I appreciate you guys for being the real ones in all of this.
Can I make just a really quick comment, please, about what Derek just said? Like, Derek, 100% what Derek just said about the PTSD of the raid, and it goes so far beyond just a knock on the door or whatever. I still, if I get a letter in the mail and it's like from some sort of government agency and I'm just like, Jesus Christ, what now? If my phone rings and it's like an unknown number or a blocked number, it freaks me out. But what I really wanted to say is, Derek, to your point, I've been having massive anxiety lately because all of these conservatives are reporting getting swatted. And I swear to fucking God, you guys, if I get swatted, it's going to be bad. Bad. Because I'm going to be hiding under the fucking floorboards and like burying myself alive under my bathtub. I swear, I shouldn't even be saying this publicly because now I'm absolutely going to, because somebody's listening right now and they're going to just make it happen. But all of these people are getting swatted. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Laura Loomer, I don't know, I think maybe Posobiec did too or something. If you haven't been through something like what we went through, I mean, it's like a whole different situation. And I'm just telling you, if the FBI storms my apartment again, it's not going to be a good situation.
Brandon, I've reached out to my local sheriff's department and let them know that this has been something that's going on across the country and that it could very well happen to me, to just make them aware ahead of time. And so it might be something you want to do is just reach out to them and let them know that that you are a potential target for that. That way, if it happens, you're kind of already on their radar. And of course, I live in a small town, small rural area, and I know a lot of the people there anyways, but I made sure to let them know, like, hey, if that's a very, very real possibility, here's my phone number. You guys can call me if you think if you get some crazy report of something that just doesn't sound normal. And so maybe it's something you can do. If nothing else, it's made me feel a little bit better about it, because I've had the same thoughts here at our house, and my wife has too. And so I just decided to be proactive about it. And if nothing else, that makes me feel a little bit safer about the whole situation.
I'm
That's
really glad you
really
guys
smart.
brought up about the anxiety because, like, I didn't get rated over January 6th. We got rated like in August, and like the fear, like, of just like every time there's a car outside or something. Like, I'm so glad you guys brought that up because it's something that's not talked about enough. Like, it's not something that just ended like that day or when it happened. Like, it's something you still live with night in, night out, day in, day out, and it's terrifying.
Derek, thank you for that. That's a great tip, and I'm actually going to do that. I wouldn't have thought of doing that, but that's a really, really good idea.
No worries, man. That's what I'm here for. Good ideas.
Yeah, but imagine like having to live with that, like what Jen just talked about. Brandon, we got you. We've got a couple hands. I'm going to get through the hands, and I'm going to close down the space. We've been going for like, I don't know, 4 hours, 4.5 hours.
I was
So
gonna say I'm fading trash. I'm on the East
I'm
Coast, so
fading.
it's nearly 1 o'clock here for us.
I'm fading fast. And Eric, I see you. I'm gonna pull up Eric because like Eric has done a lot for J6 people. All right, Kayla, go ahead.
Hey, thanks so much, Trash. Appreciate the mic. I just have a couple quick comments and a question. First, Brandon and Derek, I've heard your stories a few times, but I seem to learn something new every single time. And each time you tell your story and it just provides a little more detail, my jaw drops. And I'm so angry for you. It's just, I can't stomach it. And I didn't even witness it. So thank you so much for just continuing to tell your stories as often as you do. I know it's obvious your strength and perseverance outweighs your righteous anger. It's really admirable. So I just wanted to say thank you. Um, that being said, with all the data and like you said, Trash, the space has been going for a really long time. And just to give you some flowers and be a fangirl here, this is my favorite space I've ever listened to. And I'm already thinking of like, how can I convince my family to like listen to it? How can I download 5 hours of information over a cup of coffee? Right. So, that being my second comment of like, this is my most favorite space. I was like, don't talk to me, family. I need to focus. And I just cleaned every surface that I saw because it was so captivating and insane. And there's just no question about the 2020 election. So thank you for everything you did and the sacrifice of time. And Jen, you too. And I know there's lots involved behind the scenes, but that leads to my question, how, and maybe it's actually a challenge for us who have listened to this dialogue and read the receipts and like been kind of going on this deep dive or even along with the ride of those doing the deep dive, what's our elevator speech? And I guess I'd be curious to hear from the speakers, how do we wrap a bow around it and convince people to at least be curious to question, that is interesting. So that's my question. I'll land there.
That's a great question. Eric?
Yeah, I'll be quick. I'll be quick. So I just jumped into the space. I don't know a whole lot about what y'all have been discussing other than what's in the title up here and what Jen was just talking about. But there have been a number of, if you've been paying attention, a few civil suits finally been being filed in regards to January 6th. If you were there, and you were raided or even just gassed or and feel like you were in some type of way affected by the police instigation, by the flashbangs, by everything that went on, think about today or tomorrow putting together a little statement of facts, what you experienced, how the aftermath has affected you, and some of the ways that Jen just spoke on it, I think are very good. I mentioned a lot of what she was referring to in my own, because I experienced, over January 6th, the pre-dawn raid, no knock, battering ram right through the door, rifles pointed at me, my son, his wife, my 1-year-old granddaughter. So put together your statement of facts and email it to j6help@proton.me. j6help@proton.me. And there's going to be a class action lawsuit filed tomorrow to cover these types of concerns. And even if it's not a we win thing, right? At least it's a we came forward and said what we had to say, right? We put it on the record. So that's something to consider. And the people that are putting it together, if you can't afford, I think it's a $402 filing fee. I don't know if you have to pay that or if it just has to be paid once when they file it, but they're willing to help with that as well. But it'll be class action. It has to be filed by tomorrow, but once it's filed, it'll kind of preserve the case. So you'll be able to add on later, right? You'll be able to come into the case later as long as it's been preserved. Something to think about, get in your heads and maybe start getting together if you're out there and this affects you like it does me, Derek, and probably so many others in here, right? I'm going to land my plane there and let y'all close this out.
Eric, though, really quick, man, thank you for that. I did not know that information. That's incredible. I'm so happy to hear that. And when I get back from my trip, I will be definitely seeking to join that in some capacity. So I'm really glad to hear that. And just so everyone knows in the space, if you're interested in knowing more about January 6th, you need to give Eric a follow. He is definitely one of the best people out there in terms of investigating and putting out factual, documented evidence surrounding January 6th. If you're curious about that stuff, Eric is probably in my top three of the best people to follow in terms of finding the truth about this. Eric, as a J6er himself, has not only been fighting for his own freedom, he has really sacrificed a big portion of his life into just diving really into all things J6 and sharing these videos. And him and Free State Will, in my opinion, probably know more about January 6th than any other J6er. So I just want to give Eric a shout out and thank him for all he's doing. And I'm definitely going to be reaching out in terms of that lawsuit. Thank you guys for doing that.
Awesome. Vinny, you had your hand up.
I did. It was just about how Black Lives Matter normalized a lot of this rioting stuff right before that, too. And people always forget that for 9 months we watched riots happen across this country. And then this, very mild compared to the riots we saw happen at the Capitol, and they clutched their pearls. And so the whole thing we know is just a giant psyop. And it was to take out the political opposition. And I just want to remind people of the Lindsey Graham Kamala Harris fist bump after they certified the election. Just felt so set up. I've never seen anything like it. And if you guys haven't seen it, look it up, because it made my stomach turn. I saw it, and that's when I literally was like, this whole thing was a setup.
I did a little bit of a research right now, and if you type on the Google search engine Trump and then the release, it's all populated with Epstein misinformation. So I invite you guys to just look that up. Sorry, I'm super quiet because I was already falling asleep.
I think Trash might be asleep.
I'm supposed to be borrowing his couch next week.
No, I'm not asleep. I just wanted you guys to be able to speak. All right. I'm going to close this space down because, like, holy shit, we've gone through a lot tonight. Brandon, everybody. Thanks, guys. All right. I'm closing down. 3, 2.
Good night, guys. We love you. Thanks for listening. Good night.
Jen.
Thank you.
Bye.